I know we just seen that overlay, and there's a reason why I chose this title. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it's because I heard a song, and I was scrolling on IG trying to think of how I'm going to title this. How can I address this? How can I present this? Right? And it was this guy named Dex, right? Some guy named Dex, a country singer, black country singer. I'm like, man. And so I listened to that song, and it was the remix, I guess, because it had damn, what was that guy they had in there? I can't think of the guy he had in that video. I seen it, but man, look here, I'm gonna be vulnerable with you. Man, it made me emotional. I ain't gonna lie to you. It made me emotional, made me think like, God damn. Now it takes a lot to get me to feel emotional, feeling some type of way. But some man, I'm listening to the words of that song, and I'm watching the video. I'm like, man, it's deep. So when y'all get some time after the show, of course, after the show, not right now, but after the show, I want y'all to check that song. It's about 3 minutes long. It's about 3 minutes. I don't want to get those copyright strikes or nothing like that. But just listen to the words. I know a lot of people when they listen to stuff or listen to music, especially, it's got the beat got to catch them first. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be about the beat. But I'm a man. I listen to the words. I always have, always will do that. That's just the way I always done when I listen to some of my favorite rappers, and the reason why they can't be some of my favorite rappers because the words, the wordplay, what they be saying, and what they was talking about. But just listen to the words, what he's saying in that song, man. Deep. I promise you, it's deep, and it's gonna make you think. It's definitely gonna make you think, man. Look, I appreciate everybody who's here right now. What's going on, Bruce? How you doing? My man, the actual king, said he's tapping in. He's on a road trip. Right on, brother. I appreciate you. Ahmad Dorian, thank you, ma'am. Embrace the grace. Right on. I know we got a collab coming up. You let me know exactly when we decided on we're gonna do it. I appreciate. Hello, Random. What's going on? My man, Sport. I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope everything's going with the business. Hey, the weather's about to change. I know that detail is about to kick up real good. I'm sure. Ty, what's going on, ma'am? How you doing, young lady? And for those who got to see my intro, shout out to this young lady right here. She really helped me, along with my mom, keep me on my toes and with the research. So shout out to these two lovely ladies. My man Real is in the building. I appreciate that. Real Precious. Good evening, ma'am. But yeah, it's man, it's crazy when you hear the words, and man, it makes you think on how really difficult it is being a man. He said, "What's going on, my brother? What's going on, man? I appreciate you coming through." Um, I will be dropping a link uh here shortly, and we definitely gonna have some good conversation. And any ladies who would love to come up, as well as men. It's just not only a man's show tonight, but the ladies are more than welcome to come up as well and share their experiences. Um, but with that being said, man, listen to the word from a man, Dex, man. Uh, it, it was deep. Like I said, it got me emotional. I'm like, God damn. And some of the things you don't even think about. So now I got to get a little deeper because there's some certain sacrifices certain men we have to do, and we don't even think about it because it's so second nature. We do it on a regular basis, but we don't even think about it. Imagine us men, we had to write down a resume or a portfolio of all the things that we do on a regular basis. Imagine us actually doing that. Could you imagine how long that would probably be? Could you imagine how much you would have to think about? Me, I have 48 years of experience of being on this earth, and over 28 of it as a man. Now, some people, try to figure out, well, how old are you all when you consider yourself a man? Well, really no age. It's all about the maturity. It's all about what's between your ears. To me, that's what it is, substance of a man. It's not always about what you do, because it does make a difference, but it's about what's in here. It's about what's in here. So with that being said, man, it's I thought about some things. I went old school. I had to write them down. I'm not gonna go through all of them because it was a nice one, but I'm gonna talk about some of them and some of the experience I had to experience on my road to becoming the man that I am today. I made a lot of mistakes. I took a lot of bumps and bruises. Well, shout out to my man Teddy Pendergrass, like Love Tika. I took a lot of bumps and bruises. I did. I did. The biggest hit I ever took was got into a divorce because of the bad decisions I made, because of the selfish decision I made. It was probably one of the biggest bumps I had to take, emotional as well as financial. But you live and learn. That's a blessing that I had. I live and learn. You know what I learned? If I ever was to get back into the marriage game again, I can't do this. I can't go the easy way out. I can't go the cheap way out. I can't go the soft way out. What's that little sound effect that from Debo? Stop acting like a bitch and come on. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. That's not gonna be beneficial to me. My heart can't take another hit like that. Financially, I don't want to take another hit like that. Mentally, I don't want to do that. And not only just me, because now I'm just thinking selfishly, right? What about the woman I am going to be involved with? What about the lady who I plan on marrying? I don't want to put her through that shit no more. Why? Because I'm being selfish. Because I'm in my feelings. Because I'm not getting everything I want. So I got to be the bigger man and do what I got to do. I give that advice. I have to take my own goddamn advice. Call accountability. I have to do it. You know, I teach my son taking L's. Don't look them as losses. The lessons. As long as it don't cost me my freedom or my life, I got a chance. But I don't want to keep taking them like that, though. I don't want to keep repeating the same mistake. And one of the things I'm thinking about repeating the same thing, repeating about getting married. Man, I say it all the time. I was in a dark place. I didn't want to do it. Wasn't thinking about doing it. Was against it. I was one of those dudes that you may hear sometime in these YouTube streets. I was saying that. It was me being selfish. Because I didn't want to give my heart away again. Because I didn't want to put it out there. What if something happens like it did before and it's going to push me into possibly making a bad decision again? But I had to get over that. I might have to get that drop. Stop acting like a bitch and get up. I'll come on with whatever he says. I might have to get that drop. I might have to. But what if that happens? So I had to get some therapy and talk to somebody about that. What is it? Why was I moving like that? Why? Physically, I knew why because I gave in to my urges. Mentally, but why did I do it? Man, I just want to thank you guys for coming in here. Y'all, look, y'all could have been anywhere. Could have been anywhere, but y'all chose to come here in the basement. Thank you. Thank you for rocking with me in the basement. I got a couple videos, man. Some research. Shout out to my research department. Research department of two. Me and Dora, that's our research department. She gets on me like, what you gonna pay me? I said, well, you my secretary. That's a great title for you. Well, she said, I need more than just a title, a secretary. I don't blame her. You're being blessed. Being blessed by me. Look, everybody. Let me say this. There's certain things about being a man that you have to do, that you should do. That's gonna be tough. As men, sometimes we give the ultimate sacrifice. We give some of the ultimate sacrifice, and we would, as a man, you're willing to give up your life for your family. You would do that for your kids. You would do that for your wife. And there's times we do it for strangers. You would sacrifice your life for those who don't even really care or know you. That's some of the things men do. But that's a part of being a man. We'll take the back seat on certain things. We won't get all the credit that we probably really deserve. But you know when we will get the credit? Most of the time, unfortunately, we'll get them when we are being lowered into the ground, when we're being laid to rest. That's when that level of appreciation tend to come. That's when that level of appreciation tend to show up. You know, they talk about giving a person their flowers. Yeah, that's usually when the men get them. Look, we know we don't get them on Father's Day. Restaurants are wide open. We know on Christmas, you know, you go to get that nice pair of insulated socks, maybe a tie. Maybe even on Valentine's Day, you know, you're gonna get your appreciated. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not gonna say, but maybe might throw you a card. You know, kiss on the forehead. That's when you get them. But you know what a man will sit back. He'll take that. He'll say thank you. But let me tell you, deep down inside, that affects a man to a point where he doesn't. It doesn't even. He doesn't even feel it no more. It doesn't even bother him. Doesn't, because they become numb. They like, okay, that is what it is. They expect that. They used to that. I remember one day I challenged my ex-wife on that. She thought I was just, you know, just venting, just saying what I need to say, talk about. I said, no. I said, let me tell you this. Look on Father's Day. Let's say about a couple weeks before Father's Day. Let's see how many commercials we're gonna see praising, uplifting fathers, praising, uplifting men, anything like that. Let's see. You know, we go out to eat. Let's see if the restaurants are gonna be full to the brim, 20 to an hour away. Let's see if that happens. Social experiment. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. We go, what a problem. Hmm. Let me go even further than that. I seen it where a man even pay for his own meal on Father's Day. I'm like, God damn. Y'all couldn't get OnlyFans going on and get this meal paid for? You couldn't go to the church and sell some dinners to pay for this man's meal? You celebrate him supposedly, but he pulled out his wallet. What's the deal? Grown ass kids, y'all couldn't come together, maybe have a yard sale or something. Mama, you got all them goddamn purses in the closet you know you're not wearing, or using, or carrying. How about you sell some of them bitches? Craigslist, Facebook Market, something. Panhandling at the workplace. You couldn't do none of that. Man pulled his wallet out. He took his card, swiped did what they had to do, came back, signed up, left the tip. He got up through. Now I'm thinking to myself, God damn, that family ain't no goddamn good. It's about 6 of them sitting around. Grandbabies, grown ass adult kids, whole wife. Now I don't expect the wife to pay. No, I don't expect that. But these whole ass grandkids, I mean not grandkids, but these sons and 2 sons and a daughter, I expect them to come together. You know, if you got a significant other, have a conversation. You know, I'm gonna cover the cost of dinner. Me and my brother's gonna split. Cool. Whatever it takes. Y'all cash at me. We're gonna split this bill and we get later on, big brother, little brother, whatever the case may be. And you just cash at me the difference. That's all you had to do. Got something. Daddy shouldn't have been coming out the pocket though. But as a man, we're willing to do that. We're willing to make those sacrifices as a man. Shout out to Embrace the Grace. She said, that's lame. Men deserve to be shown love, respect, and appreciation, especially spoiled. No, that's right. Sister Grace, look, you just spoiled me with this a $5 super check. You didn't have to do it, but I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the blessing. Some of the things as a man that we have to do and we should do, we need to do, and how we should move is be accountable. You have to be accountable, you know, and it depends on your situation. You might have to be accountable not only for yourself, but for your wife, if you have one, or your lady, if you have one, kids, if you have any. But the most important you got to be accountable is for yourself. How you move, how you operate, how you do and take care of your business. That's very important. That is very important. And with that accountability, man, it's gonna be tough, yeah. Because man, you they can wear on your mental. Let me say this real fast. November is Men's Mental Health Month. I'm gonna say it again. November is Men's Mental Health Month. Guys, as men, we need to make sure our mental is all the way right. You know, like what I like to say, I'm going out on my outro. Men, black men, protect yourself at all times. You got to take care of your mental, man. Because without you taking care of your mental, all this other stuff I'm gonna speak on, it's not gonna mean anything if you're not right up her. You got to take care of your mental, guys. So please do that. You have to protect yours. And if you're dealing with somebody who's going to bring your mental down, you need to evaluate some things. If you're dealing with certain family members, that's going to affect your mental. You need to evaluate some things. And if that means that's your goddamn mother, and I know, fellas, I know how we feel about our mothers. But if that heifer's toxic and she means you no good, then you need to separate yourself from her and have an honest conversation with her. You need to have an honest conversation with her. Mama, this ain't what it is. I mean, I was on the show. They got on me, so I told my mama no. Yeah, I have. I've told my mama no before. Now, when I first did it, I felt kind of bad about it. But after I thought about it, it was necessary because what she was asking of me. Financially, I wasn't in a place to give her what she was asking for. Just couldn't afford to. Freshly married, young family, young son just born. Financially, I wasn't in a place to give her what she was asking for. But I was willing on working with her. But I had to tell her no. It is what it is, man. And sometimes, guys, you got to do that. Man, I know it's hard because some of y'all mama boys, and it's tough. And and look, mama knows how to throw on a guilt trip too. She probably did it to your daddy for years. But you got to stand on something, man. I'm sure if you couldn't help her, that's cool. Why was she toxic for asking? No, she's not toxic for asking. I don't think so. And I might have misspoke when I said it. I'm sorry, Bob Cherry. No, she's not toxic for asking. Now, I think what's toxic is her making you feeling bad about it. Her making you feel guilty because you didn't give her what she's asking for. That's the toxic part to me. That's the toxic part. I watched my cousin go through that shit. Now, my mom understood because when I told her I can't do that, but what I can do is help you in this way. She was okay with that. I watched my cousin fall out with his mother because he told her no, and he wasn't going to do it. I've seen that. I'm sure I said, did she make him feel? No, she made him feel bad. He stopped going over for a while. He stopped going over for a while. We had to talk to her. And she wasn't easy because she's one of the most stubborn ass women. She was, you know, I'm sure you from the South, you just don't tell your mama no. Mama's always gonna get what she wants. So that's a difficult conversation to have with your mother. It really is. But it's one that has to be done sometimes. Look, I remember seeing a young man decide on going to a certain college, and his mother didn't like it. She got up and walked away. That's toxic. At the end of the day, it was that young man's decision to make on what school he wanted to go play for. And he chose one of the schools that she wasn't a fan of because she had a Tennessee toboggan on and an Alabama sweatshirt. So she was okay with those two schools, but he chose to go to Florida. She wasn't okay with that. And so she decided that moment she's going to get up and walk away. Now, that's very selfish of her. But that's him telling her no in so many words. He did what he needed to do. As a young man, that was his decision. That was his time to shine. He's, to decide where he's going to do his life. He made a decision. I know he was 18 at least. Regardless if you don't like it, the school of choice. At the end of the day, be happy for your son. Be happy for him. She said, "Oh, son, the money's like, yeah." Well, Montre, it's hard on both sides. You don't tell your mother no. we just didn't. But it was one of those rare occasions where you had to do what you had to do. You had to do what you had to do. Next thing, man, as a man, you have to control your appearance. So what I mean when I say control your appearance, look, the way you dress, the way you carry yourself. Now, I'm not going out here saying every place you need to go, you need to have a three-piece or a suit on with a tie, and all that. No, but at least look presentable. That sagging pants, man, I was never into it, never will be into it. My son tried to do that shit one time. Now he didn't do it when he left out the house, but when I went to go pick him up, where's your goddamn belt at? Oh, well, Daddy, I don't need a belt. They fitting up. I said, it's not about if they fit. It's about a certain look. How does that look? You got your shirt tucked in, your pants on, but no belt. Let's make sure we got a belt on tomorrow. I don't. That to me, it's just a certain look. People perceive you a certain way by the way you look, by your appearance. We know this. We know this. I get on my son sometimes too about always wearing this hood. Do you in the house? Don't take that goddamn hood off. When you driving in your car, don't be driving with your hood on. Now, if it's cold here, you need to turn the damn heat on. But we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. It's not a good look. So let's take that hood off, bro. We ain't doing this. We better than that. So I constantly stay on him about his appearance, how he looks. Make sure he takes care of himself. Make sure he's doing what he needs to do as far as his smell and his, I tell him, I said, look, this dude only want to wash his damn hair twice a week. I said, dude, let me tell you, you practicing 4 to 5 times a week, and you play games twice a week. You wash your hair just twice a week ain't gonna cut it, brother. It's not. I mean, because your hair gonna stink. We're not gonna don't do it, man. Come on. Now, he was into the cologne thing, and I'm not really into. Only time I like wearing cologne is like when I'm going out somewhere at night, something like that, body spray or something like that. I didn't have to tell him about that. But look, we know why he did. You see some nice young lady probably wore one time, told me he smelled good, and ever since then he just been wearing it since, right? So I kind of know what really influenced that. Still to this day, he still does it, and I'm okay with it. I don't blame him. Don't blame him at all, man. Good. That's a good habit to get into it to have, as long as you can afford it. As long as you can afford it. But your parents is very important, man. Um, you know, if you're gonna have long hair, make sure you have it together. Your locks, you're gonna make it look presentable, right? I know they got that crown act in a lot of places, but at the same time, you still know people judge me by certain things. Sometimes people give me a hard time about my beard. I said, look, guys, as long as my beard is maintained and it's kept up, it's not all over the place. Yeah, there's not much y'all can say. My hair is not all long and wild and all over the place, multiple colors. I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing all that. So I definitely preach about appearance. And the young man that I mentor, I talk to him about appearance and how he should carry himself and how he should walk and talk and act. That's a must. As a man, if you see a young man that you know and they are dressed like that, and challenge him, talk to him, have a conversation with him. Say, hey, young blood, what's going on, man? Man, why are your pants hanging off your ass? Why can't we see your dirty drawers? Why you got basketball shorts on up under your pants? What we doing here? Now that's phenomenal. I never knew. Some dude tried to tell me, oh well, in case a game break out, you sorry ass. How you gonna break out? You got some goddamn Crocs on. What you gonna play in some Crocs? Shit. Kill that no. It ain't worried about no basketball. Yeah, it's just nasty. You probably slept in these son bitches. And you just threw your pants on because you rushed out of the house because you was running late. You overslept. I know what really happened. Don't come on, man. Stop this. Stop this. Don't do that. So a man's appearance is very important. And you need to take pride in that, man, on how you look, how you present to the world, how you present to other people. And I tell them all the time, I said, when you go out here, you represent my name. Act like you got some goddamn sense. I'm going to definitely make sure you dress like it. I need for you to act like it. Going out here, dress like $1 million, talk like you lost your damn mind. Yeah, that's a problem for me. Another thing, as a man, you have to make sure you take time out to develop yourself. And part of it, like I said, about your mental, that's part of developing yourself. Keep living. You're going to get the experience. But take it to the next level. Go get certified. And what I mean by certified is going out there, experience certain things, learning certain things. Yeah, that's not necessarily mean you need to go out there and get a certificate, certification. No. But just go out there and get some knowledge. Go out there and ask questions. Be inquisitive. There's nothing wrong with that. Young cats, be willing to listen to an OG. I know they may talk a lot. I know they ramble on sometimes. I understand, bro. I was you. I was that kid who didn't want to hear this. But there's a message in between all of that stuff they're saying. I teach my son. I said, you just got to filter out all the bullshit. Get the message. Yeah, he may cuss you out. The OG gonna cuss you out, talk crazy, give you that tough love. But there's a message in there somewhere. Take that message. Run with it. Utilize it. Put it in your repertoire. Put it into practice. It may help you. Not only for right now, but further down the road, when you have your own son or your own daughter, you can share that same message that an OG may have shared with you. So take time to develop yourself, man. Another thing, as a man, as a man, we don't play games. Don't play the mind games or the hide and seek. Don't play the games, man. You get into a relationship with a real one. I mean, a real one. I mean, not one of these hoes out here. But a real woman, a real lady, don't be playing a cat and mouse game. That's not how men act and carry themselves. They're not about that. You intentional about what you're looking for, what you want, and what your message is. Whatever is your game plan, be clear about it. Be forthright. You know, whatever your vision is in your life that you have and where you're trying to go, make sure you let it be known to that woman. So be clear on your intentions. If that woman's talking about she's looking to be married, you need to let it be known that I am too. Or if you're not, let that be known. So you don't strain the woman alone. And she can move on to someone who is looking for that. And you continue to live single and do whatever it is you want to do. Shout out to Brother Jordan, man. It's been a long time since I sent you over, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here, my brother. Smitty, what's happening, brother? Another thing is, man, as a man, you have to be courageous and respect the person who you're involved with. You know, try not to do anything that's going to disrespect them. Now, there's going to be times I look, guys, I know it's going to be hard. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be difficult. As a man, I know these things are going to happen. Why? Because, they're going to say, oh, you're a man. You tough. You can handle it. Yeah. At the same time, I said many times before, we do have feelings. We do care. We're not robots. We're not this cold-hearted machine. We do have hearts. We do have emotions. And we go through them just like other people. But we deal with them differently. We control them maybe better than some others. We don't always have the freedom to allow our emotions to overtake us and to let them out. Because a couple things that happen, some people take it negative if we get overly emotional, or we may show our emotions in other ways and may not be in a good way, a positive way, to the point where we're raging out or doing something stupid, or doing something questionable, or doing something that can cost our life, our freedom. So as men, we got to know how to control our emotions. I believe I said it earlier. We have to know how to control our emotions, how to handle our emotions, have to know and understand when's the appropriate and inappropriate place to express our emotions. If I'm frustrated, I'm angry, I'm pissed off, there's nothing wrong with me going to a gym, hitting on that bag, taking my frustration, my anger, my vitriol out on that bag, right? There's no law broken. But I do understand that there's going to be times where it can get to that point. And that's maybe my outlet right there to unleash and let go and let whatever I'm feeling or frustration I'm having right now, let it out on that bag. I used to tell my son, I said, whatever I did to you this week, you take it out on your opponent when you play football. Imagine my face on that young man's helmet. And if I pissed you off, or I punished you, I gave you a spank, whatever, you take it out on them. So now I'm teaching my son how to channel his frustration and energy into a positive way. Now, some people may say, oh, you hurt the kid. Well, that's part of the game. That's part of the game. Now, of course, there was some other life lessons along later on down the road how to really challenge or channel and control your anger, your frustration, all that. There's other ways other than just playing a sport, and I taught him that too. It wasn't always easy, but I had to teach him that. Groomers Review, welcome, my brother True, welcome. Just in here chopping it up, man. Talk about what it is to be a man. Another thing is being a man. You got to make sure you have some goals. You know, you got to make sure you have some goals. And if you're in a relationship, share those goals. And if you're not, you got close friends you can confide in. Share those goals. And the reason why you want to be able to share those goals is because now you have other people who knows what your plan is and going to hold you to a certain level of accountability. Whether it's your boy you've been knowing since middle school, high school, or wherever you met him at in life, or your wife, your significant other. You know, you have certain goals you presented to them, and now they're gonna hold you to it if they love you now. And I believe they do, because you probably wouldn't have them in your circle. Hopefully, I don't know. Some people do circle themselves around some questionable people, and that's a whole different subject. I'm not gonna talk about that today, but you know, it is what it is. Man, it's hard to be a man in today's time, right? It's not. It's always been hard. It's not just today. Not just today. It's always been hard. It's not gonna get any easier, bro. So I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's not gonna get any easier. So as a man, part of certain sacrifice I was talking about earlier, you have to do certain things. And let me tell you a story. When I moved out on my own after college, after school, when I got my own apartment, wasn't nothing big, wasn't nothing lavish. It was an efficiency apartment. I lived in that thing for 2 years. Wasn't nothing worth. I mean, nothing to brag about. Nothing like that. Didn't have much. At the time, I had my daughter. She was, I think, 2 years old at the time, maybe 3. Didn't have much, but you couldn't tell me anything. I was grateful what I had. No more roommates. No more sharing rooms and dorms. No more staying with parents. None of that. Is my own. But I also knew then I couldn't afford certain things. I couldn't afford the nice furniture. But I also wasn't one of those guys that's gonna go out and rent furniture or rent this and that just for a certain look. Yeah, I heard those horror stories. I seen that go down. Wasn't a good look. Didn't want some rental company come in my apartment and snatching everything out because I couldn't afford to pay the weekly payment. Mm-mm. I seen that. Reason I seen that because I was one of those guys who had to come in them apartments and move the shit out because they couldn't pay it weekly. I had that as a summer job, during the summertime. But that's just what I did. So I had to make certain sacrifices. I remember I seen a meme. Somebody just had a TV on the floor and with them fold out lawn chairs. Oh, I can relate. I can relate, why? Because my official apartment was like that. Let me tell you this, guys. I furnished my official apartment and my first real regular apartment, right? Between the Goodwill, the DAV, I don't even know if they have them anymore. They used to, and the Habitats of Humanity for Humanity. That's what I had to do. Now, those are humble beginnings. Very humble beginnings. But it is what it is. I didn't have a lot. I'm paying child support. I had a insurance I had to pay as far as car insurance. During that time, I was struggle living. They say struggle free. I was struggle living. Didn't have renter's insurance, and knowing I probably should have, but couldn't afford to do it. Shit, I was barely keeping car insurance on my car. There'd be some months they call me, Miss Hank, you missed your insurance payment. Ah, God. You need you to get it in, or your insurance gonna lapse, and we're gonna put it on your credit report. And that's all they had to do was tell me put it on my credit report. Because I was always dealing with with some credit card bills already. Had a payment plan, all that. Look, man, I didn't. Guys, I promise you, I'm far from perfect. I'm way better than I was in compared to now. I've been through some shit, but that's part of being a man. Going through these ups and downs, taking these L's, taking these lumps. They wasn't fun. I mean, it was embarrassing. It was costly. It was time consuming. I mean, but it is what it is. It's part about being a man. So sometimes you got to go through little things like that. So again, I furnished my apartment between DAV, the Goodwill, and Habitat of Humanity. My first two apartments was furnished that way. It went to my third apartment where I got something brand new. Now, let me say this. One thing I didn't do was buy a mattress through them. Of course, no. I didn't. But what I had to, my boxboard and my mattress on the floor. Travel one said he was in the repo business. Must be some stories about that. I'm gonna give you one story. But not right now. I'm gonna come back to that. Look, let me put a stall on that, so I'll make sure I come back to that. God damn. See, See, some people question throw me the hell off. I apologize, guys. But that's one thing I didn't do. The mattress and I bought those brand new, but again, I got my mattress off Craigslist. I don't even think it's around anymore. That's some old school reference. Some people may know about, some people may not. But I found it on Craigslist where somebody was in the warehouse selling mattresses for like, queen size, twin size, and all that, 50, 75, and 100. So I at the time, I didn't want to spend 75 or 100 on that queen or king size, so I got the twin. Now, please believe my big ass didn't need that. I couldn't fit on it, but I gotta get what I can get. So for the whole setup, I got $50 for the twin size, and $25 for the box spring for it. So I came out $75 just on that. So I'm good. So I slept on the floor. I don't know, probably a few months. It wasn't until I went to the Goodwill one time and I seen that they were selling bed railings. And I said that, shit, now I get this goddamn thing up off the floor. Now, if we all know, there's some old school bed railings. So many of nights, going to the bathroom after drinking some good water, I'm turning my goddamn shins up, walking to the goddamn bathroom, because why? Well, the box spring wasn't set up for the twin size bed. It was set up for the queen to minimum. But I didn't know this. I didn't have that knowledge. But you live and learn. Couldn't adjust. They didn't have the adjustments on it like that. I remember one time I had to use an old hanger. I'm telling some broke man story. I'm telling some broke man goddamn story. I had to use a hanger to wrap around that thing to hold them together because the little nipple on the thing was broke. Didn't have no headboard. You know what I'm talking about with that end still got too far. Huh? And you walk around that corner, bam, you hit your shin's all scarred up and scratched up, look like you done failed about 4 or 5 times. But I learned fast though. I ain't gonna keep doing this shit. I'd rather have my bed on the floor than keep getting cut up and beat up. So I had to go back and find me some railings that would fit the twin size bed. I got rid of them some bitches. The railing only cost about $10. Oh man, just thinking about that. But that's about being a man. You just got to do certain things you can't do. You know. Now my pride was like, man, why But I knew I had to look at the big picture. I had to look at the big picture. And part of the big picture wasn't living lavish, having a name brand. I never really got into, or probably because I couldn't afford it. I ain't gonna lie, just couldn't afford none of that shit like that. Just didn't have it like that. So you afford what you can afford. Another thing about being a man. Being a man is what you make it. And sometimes us as men, we can't live up to expectations that certain individuals put on us as men. As a man, I didn't live up to an expectation about being a good husband because I made a selfish decision. As a man, you're gonna have some times when you you feel lonely. You're gonna feel real lonely. And you're gonna feel like where you can't go to have certain conversations with certain individual because you don't know how they're gonna perceive you, how they're gonna look at you, how they're gonna take you. So sometimes you gotta sit in your own mess as a man and deal with that shit yourself. I said that you ought to have some good friends around you, but sometimes your friends are not always available to you because they going through their own shit themselves. So now you got to try to figure it out. You got to try to figure it out for yourself. In the meantime, not do something crazy to yourself. And I think we all know what I'm talking about. But there's going to be some times when you feel lonely. You're on an island by yourself and ain't nobody there to throw you a goddamn lifeline. There going to be times where you don't know where you're going or coming. You're not going to know your left from your right. What are you to do? Your way out and take yourself out of the equation? Are you going to look into the face of adversity and say, fuck you, I'm hurt. I'm not going no goddamn where. Adversity, bring your ass. Adversity, bring your ass. I'm ready to fight you to the goddamn end. Which one are you going to do? Which one are you be willing to do? Look here, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting emotional just thinking about certain shit right now. Just the experience that I went through in my life and where I came from. Man, I could tell you some goddamn stories. As a man, it's not easy, especially as a black man. You looking at a different level of challenge now as a black man. See, I was just speaking as a man. Now I'm gonna speak as a black man. What type of challenge do we have? First of all, they're gonna stereotype you. They're gonna look at you as a threat, as a problem. They're gonna see you as an angry individual who's looking to steal, tear up, or just to do some type of damage. And for most of us black men, that's not even true. Not even nowhere near the truth. But that's how some people perceive us, even our own people. Man, Smitty said, try to stay off the ropes and wait for the bell. Brother, it's tough. It's tough. Life will knock you down and won't have no sympathy for your black ass. They want you to get back up so they can knock you down again. Some individuals find enjoyment in that. And that's just unfortunate. But as a man, we got to keep going into the fight. Ready to go from the shoulders. Knuckle up. Let's go. But there's a couple clips I want to show. And definitely want to have a conversation about, man. Because I think it's very necessary. But yeah, let's go these clips.
Ladies, men are not complicated at all. I mean, at all. Men only want about 5 things. If you could provide those 5 things on a constant basis, that man will never leave. Number 1, a man wants gratitude. Number 2, loyalty. I want you to be for me. I want you to ride for me. I want you to always be on my side. I should never look at you and question whose side you on. Sex. Every man loves sex, man. Number 4, understanding. Understanding of the fact that I ain't gonna always get it right. I'm trying to figure it out. I love you enough to try to figure it out. All I ask is grace in that regard. And number 5, attention to detail. Men love attention, bro. It rubs us the wrong way when y'all attention is not on us, bro. Like, don't walk in the crib talking on the phone to your own girls. You ain't greeted your man yet. Like, wrap that call up before you walk in.
So shout out to Brother Trill with that video. I seen it on IG, and what he's saying was true. What he was sharing was true. So ladies, imagine if your man did that to you and he was on the phone with his boy and he's talking that shit, didn't even acknowledge you, just came straight in, you know what I'm saying, went to the back or went to do something else, whatever he was doing, and just didn't even acknowledge you or pay attention to you. And you and her cooking, you and her, you getting dinner ready, you getting it ready, you out there, you've been in there over an hour already, chopping up the fresh vegetables, you know what I'm saying, putting the cod in the oven, get ready to bake it and all that good stuff. And you and her doing your thing. And he doesn't say nothing, doesn't even look your way. He may acknowledge the kids and gives them hugs and kisses, but then walks on past to say nothing to you. Imagine that feeling you would have right then and there. You wouldn't feel appreciated. You wouldn't feel the gratitude of somebody showing you a level of gratefulness. No, you wouldn't feel that. You would probably you'll feel some type of way. Let's keep it all the way honest. You probably feel some type of way. Good evening, beloved. Welcome to the basement. You probably would feel some type of way. I ain't gonna lie. I know I probably would. Well, ladies, guess what? Us men feel that same type of thing, man. We do. We may not always say it. We may not always share it, but we feel some type of way. We feel some type of way. Now I was also trying about tough love, and that go both ways, right, man? We may have to give tough love to somebody, and we may also have to receive that tough love from somebody. But ladies, let me say this: us men, most men who understands. What's on, brother Ikane? How you doing this evening, brother? We do. So I'm gonna play this next video, and this was an incident that happened a while back when it was a coach at for 49ers, a coach named Mike Singletary, and he had a player who was really talented tight end, Vernon Davis. But he had an incident, right? And it happened, and he had to come at Vernon Davis real harshly. I'm just gonna say that, right? And he challenged him. He challenged his manhood. Now, it could have went one or two ways, right? He could have felt some type of way, went back in the media, got on his social media and lashed out or said some stuff like that. But Or it also could be like, there's a message. I need to hear the message. What is he saying? Why is he saying this? Why is he sharing this? Why is he talking like this? So I'm going to show this video, and this is how Vernon took it. Vernon Davis is the tight end's name, or the player's name. And it's going to show how he handled the situation and what he got out of it, and what he's seen, and what adjustments that he felt like he need to make.
I was always getting into something, and my coach sent me to the locker room, Mike Singletary. I get home, I'm laying back in the bed with my kid's mom, and I see him on TV. He's on national television.
Cannot play with him, cannot win with him, cannot coach with him, can't do it. I want winners.
I'd rather coach 10 players, and the purpose I want is all about themselves. I want winners. I told Vernon, go take a shower.
That was so good.
Man, I look at her, I'm like, man, I was so humiliated. I went in the next morning, sat down, we had a heart-to-heart. I started to cry, he was crying. And he was like, son, you can be better. You can be the player I need. I know you can be if you just got to put the team first, son. That really touched me. It changed my life. He impacted me in a special way, allowed me to be the leader that I am today.
That's what you call tough love. Right there. That's was one of many examples of tough love. So his coach sent him to the locker room because of the things he was doing. He was moving selfishly. Wasn't moving as a team, wasn't moving as a unit. So he sent him to the locker room. Yeah, you gonna go. Today's just not your day. And this just wasn't doing a practice or preseason game. This was a regular season game where this incident happened. So for those who know anything about football and sports, that's a very vital part of regular season game. And you are sending your number one pick, your first round draft pick, your top receiver. He was a top receiver for that team that year. Your playmaker to the locker room because he wasn't about the team. That's example what we talking about with tough love. I'm willing to put my job on the line. I'm willing to put this on the line. I'm willing to take a loss in this game in order to send a message to a collective. As a man, that's what you call a sacrifice. I'm willing to answer the questions that I really don't want to answer, but I'm willing to do those things for the collective. I'm willing to not buy a 2023 Corvette. Instead, I'm willing to take a used car, a 2016. I don't know what. I don't even know if they make. I think they do. A 2016 Ford Taurus. I'm willing to take that and not have this 2023 Corvette that I looked at and seen on the assembly line when I went to Bowling Green, Kentucky, and to the Corvette Museum for the collective. This $90,000 car, I won't. They probably could afford. But for the collective, that's not a good investment. That's not a smart idea for us to do. Because we have a goal. We're trying to do home improvement things. I'm trying to redo the kitchen and the bathroom, trying to update that. May need a new roof on the house. And so that may not be the right move right now for the collective. Because my family needs a new roof. The kitchen and the appliances are going bad. The oven's not cooking like the oven should be cooking. It's taking me a half an hour to an hour longer than normal to cook certain food for the family. Yeah, for the collective, it'd be better if I go ahead and get this $12,000 Taurus that's 2016 compared to this $90-some-thousand Corvette. Because if I get this 2016 Taurus, we can still get the roof done as well as get new appliances and still have some money left over for a family vacation. So that at the end of the day, it's about the collective. And so he wasn't thinking about that. That's not how Vernon was moving. And so Coach Mike Singletary had to tell him, son, you can't be selfish. You got to be for the team. So how did Vernon Davis take it? I'm not gonna go fly off the handle. As a man, I'm not gonna go out there and put it out there on social media and dog walk the coach. I know. I'm gonna hear the message he's trying to share with me. As a man, that's what you should do. Go in and have a conversation. Okay, why did you say these things? Why do you feel like this, coach? Why was this important for you to send me home or tell me to go hit the shower during a game? And the coach explained to him, man to man, had an emotional moment, said he cried, coach cried, because he probably could understand and relate. He knew that young man. He could relate to him because he was probably in the same shoes at one time in his career. So as a man, there's nothing wrong with challenging another man. As long as you do it in a respectful manner, there's nothing wrong with it. Tough love is nothing for us ladies. It's nothing for us. For me to get in a man's face and tell him, hey, dude, your shit stinks. Your shit stinks, dude. What are you gonna do? You gonna wash your ass, or you gonna sit around smelling and hanging out of your same stupid shit? Hey, you gotta move differently. I may not like it in that moment. It may take a week later. I still may not like it. But I gotta respect that man enough that he even came and told me this bullshit. That he even shared this with me. He didn't have to. But he cared about me enough to share that with me. Despite of how I may accept it or receive it or anything like that. Big Mufasa said, you better change that thermostat or the oven elements. And save, I know what you mean, save some money. I got you. This is true. If it's worth fixing, though, Big Mufasa. If it's worth fixing. Or shout out to home warranties. I encourage everyone to get one they can afford it. Now, if you can't afford it, I understand. I definitely encourage people to get a home warranty. That's not homeowners insurance. That's home warranty to cover your appliance within the home. Just a helpful hint. Just a helpful hint. Big Mufasa said, my wife can't stand me. Surely not. You're a lovable guy. There's no way she can't stand you, Big Mufasa. I don't believe what you're saying. I think you're lying on your wife, and shame on you, my brother. But I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the basement, my guy. Man said, if you don't mind, what have you done for a living in your lifetime, Hank? What have I done? Well, there's a lot of things I've done. I mean, I don't know what you want to. If you could be more specific, that would really help me. But as far as like what, I don't know. So I don't know. Look, I coach little league football. I mentor kids. I worked at a government. I work currently still work at a government job. I was married for over 12 years. Oh, 11 years. I'm sorry. Um, got divorced in 2016. I don't know what else you looking for. Um, Looking to get married again, in the process of courting a young lady. Um, I do have a daughter. She's a 27-year-old adult daughter. I have a 18-year-old young man. I have a granddaughter who kills me out. She's 4 years old. I don't know. He said, "Damn, that's a lot." Maybe not that much, but maybe. But at the same time, Vernon had to get a message out of that. And so, was it kind of hard? Was it kind of tough to see your coach speak like this? Talking about he can't play you, can't. It is. It's tough. Now, for those who probably didn't get to see it, he didn't name nobody's name in particular. He didn't call out the player that he was talking about. He didn't. He just said, "I want winners." And y'all seen a small portion of the clip. He didn't say Vernon Davis' name in particular. So he never really called him out. But we knew who he was talking about. You know, the team knew who he was talking about. Even though, you know, certain people in the media understood too. Just want to know a little bit about your background. Thanks for sharing. Well, no problem, my guy. I appreciate you coming through, though. You're more than welcome to always come back. But with that being said, a message had to be sent. A message had to be sent. And with that message being sent, you know, I'm sure he was embarrassed. You know, he's talking just like he said, he's talking to his wife, and I'm sure that was a humbling situation. You know, she probably sure, yeah, baby, he's talking about me. You know, when we was at the game, and you see me go to the locker room, wasn't because I was hurt, wasn't because of injuries, because I was on some dumb shit. And I'm sure he had to share that with his wife. You know, and I'm sure he was embarrassed. I'm sure. But it is what it is. It is what it is. But I'm gonna drop the link. And for anybody who would love to come up, love to have the conversation, hey, I'm more than welcome to do that with you. So if my lovely Ma could definitely drop the link that I have shared, we can definitely have that conversation. And we're gonna definitely make sure that happens. But I got one more video I want to show. And this is for you old heads. I don't know if y'all remember Different World. I do, man, in my age. And I'm sure a lot of you do may have seen Different World, maybe even on the replay or the reruns, they show it. But the link is definitely pinned to the top of the chat, so y'all more than welcome to hit that link if you like. But I got one more clip I want to show you.
You don't listen. You are my woman, and I love you. But if you ever tell me that you are not speaking to me for a week again, I will drop you like a bad habit. Oh, and you know something? I'm not through. I was a serious sports fan before I met you. You knew that then, and you know it now. So please spare me those little 10-minute dramas you perform every time I want to go to a game. Okay?
I love it when you take charge, Daddy.
Oh man, that was my joint back in the days. The Different World. Spinoff of the Cosby Show. As y'all know, Denise was supposed to be the star of that, but really it was Dwayne and Whitley took over, and they pretty much carried that show. They pretty much carried the show, so it's kind of funny. But as a man, those are some of the conversations you may have to have, even with your significant other, even with your wife or your girlfriend. You know, there's a certain way you can handle it and come about and talk to her about it. But sometimes you gotta have that stern conversation. Brother Clarence, man, thank you for coming by, brother. You could have been anywhere right now, but you chose to be here in the basement. And I appreciate your comment. Thank you, sir. So the basement, talk that talk and walk that walk, big brother. Always solid. Well, brother, I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Mufasa. Dwayne wasn't the only one who loved Whitney. I love Whitney too. Boy, let me stop. Oh man. I ain't gonna lie. Old Jasmine guy, I had a crush on old Jasmine guy. She I don't know if y'all remember, she brought a tape out. Tape, a CD out, or, well, I guess it was cassette. He still was, I don't know. Was they still going on in the 90s? I'm kind of maybe she had a CD out, a cassette, one of the two. I remember I bought that son bitch. The single. I didn't buy the whole tape, but I bought the single. And you know something, Big Mufasa, she still look good for her age. I don't know if I've seen her in a couple shows a couple times, and she still look good for her age. She hold on. She still look good for her age. So right out, shout out to Jasmine Guy. Shout out to her, man. But yeah. Let me go back to this question that yeah, you are correct. Right? That was the name of the single too. Try Me. A man said, yes, sir. I'll be here. I'm 19 and I really like to learn a lot of wisdom and the game becoming a man based on life and experience from you and other platforms you're connected with. Thank you. Y'all give me a moment. let me say this. I started my YouTube channel for a reason, right? I started for a reason. Sorry. I started for a reason. I started my YouTube channel for a reason, guys. On a small scale level, I was sharing with some young men. When my son was born, it was a lot easier for me to deal with daughters because, to me, in my opinion, daughters had a little bit easier because the expectation was different, right, compared to a son. July the 12th, 2005, my son was born. Now I was already involved with young kids already, helping them, mentoring them, and talking to them. And I always said someday I would love to have a son. And the Lord blessed me. I remember saying it, but didn't realize how important it was to have a son. As a man, it's a great accomplishment. None like no other. Look, man, we love our daughters. We love our daughters. We love them to death and do anything for them. But it's something about a man and having a son and him to carry on his last name. It's just something special, right? So when I seen young man's message, man, it kept me kind of choked up. I ain't gonna lie. So please forgive me for taking that moment. I know it probably wasn't good for the show, but it just made me think. The purpose I have for my show is to help young men out. There's not a lot of space for young men to be able to go and learn and have some type of understanding. Especially for those young men who don't have fathers in their lives. I was that young man. Ooh, it's making it hard. I promise you, making it hard. But I'm gonna get through it. I'm gonna get through it. It's making it hard. It's hard. I was that young man. Let me say that. I was that young man, and didn't always have his father in his life. So I started to go astray. I remember I was a kid. I was my mom couldn't handle me. To the point she put me in a boys' home when I was in the 5th grade. I was pissing my mother for doing that. I despised her. I'm not gonna lie. Now, of course, in these group homes, they do make you take mandatory therapy and counseling. So I had to do that and learn how to get over that and my frustration and anger and issues I had with my mother. I stayed with my father. He came to get me out of that home. But I didn't stay with him long. About a year. Then I moved in with my grandmother out in the country. I stayed with her for a few years. It was tough. But again, thank God I had my grandfather and my uncle who poured into me. They poured into me. And I will see the way my uncle poured into other young men. Give them opportunities to come and work at the barbershop, sweep up the barbershop, and pour game into them. As a young adult, I come home from school, get my hair cut. I mean, look, that's how loyal I was. I would go a month without having a haircut at Murray State because the only person I wanted to cut my hair was my uncle. My shit would be bad. shit would be bad. And of course, I had my beard. I didn't keep my beard like that. I kept a goatee, so it wasn't too bad. But I still look scruffy. I ain't gonna lie to you. But even when I left and came home, I go to his barbershop. He was still pouring into young men, giving other young men chances. That influenced me to do the same. That influenced me to do the same, to pour into other young men because he poured into me because he seen the bullshit and the path I was going on. And he didn't want this for his nephew. I watched him way many times on how much he's done for other young men. Matter of fact, the barber I go to currently right now is owned by one of the guys he gave an opportunity to do the cleanup. The purpose of me doing this show, like I said, was so I could pour into young men. Because there's not a lot of spaces like that for them. To give them knowledge, to educate them, to help them, encourage them, to uplift them. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be always the nicest message when I give it to you. It's not. It may be harsh. It may be rough. It may be straight to the point, raw, uncut. But what I need for you cats to do is to listen to the message. Cipher out everything else. Like I taught my son, filter out everything. I know the coaches cuss you out. But filter all it out and listen and get the message. That's the most important thing. The message. So I'm next. I appreciate you, young blood, for being here. You're in that age group that I'm trying to reach and have a conversation with and talk to. I don't know your background. I don't know if you had a father or a father figure in your life. I hope that and I pray that you did. I hate to hear anybody go through that because it's not a good feeling. Please believe me, I know I was a I was a victim of that, as some people say. I experienced that, and I don't want to put that on nobody. Another reason why I started doing certain things like coaching young men and having conversations with kids, young boys, because I wanted to help these young men out and help them realize you don't have to go left. That shit's not cool. There's no retirement plan in being a drug dealer or being a criminal or doing stupid shit. There's no retirement plan. Ain't no 401k, ain't no 457. There's no pension plan. You're not going to go to a drug dealer retirement and get a pension. You're not. You're dead or you're in jail. I don't want to see that for our people. I wanted to pour into these young men because I know there's something better out there for them. They just need some help to get to that point. They just need the words of encouragement. They need a little push. Look, I can't save everybody. I can't. But you know what I can do? One person at a time. He can, yeah. I dropped the link in the chat. It's pinned to this top. Yeah, y'all want to work. I believe my moderator did drop the link, but if she didn't, then I'll drop it again. Maybe something she did do right. That's cool. We all make mistakes. Nobody perfect. Let me do this. I'm next. Thank you, brother. Young blood, you didn't have to do this. You didn't have to do this. But you know what you did? You blessed me, and I appreciate that. So thank you, sir. I'm glad you're here. Friends, family, loved ones, let them know. Come to the basement. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a good conversation. But we're going to learn some shit, too. We're going to laugh at Hank and some of his crazy-ass stories. Some of the country-ass shit I may say. But it's be all good, man. At the end of the day, I hope you just get something out of it, brother. That's all I can ask for. Oh, man, Quincy, shout out to you, brother. Again, you didn't have to donate, man, but you did, and I appreciate the blessings. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And again, thank you, man. You've been rocking with me in the basement for a long time. And even on other shows, man, you always send shout out to me. So salute to you, my brother. I appreciate that. It is. I did put in the chat. I don't know why it's not showing up. I don't know. Maybe something wrong with streaming. I don't know. But man, as I said, very inspired. Look, I appreciate it, my man. I promise you I do. And for a young man like yourself to come up here, man, to listen to OG, man, I appreciate it. I'm gonna say it again. Some of these OGs, man, do they ramble on? Yeah, they do sometimes. I ain't gonna lie, they do. Sometimes it gets, it can get stale, and sometimes they can repeat themselves. All this is true. I may repeat myself sometimes. Look, charge to my mind and not my heart. You know what I'm saying? I just want to help. I just want to help. And if that's what I can do to help, now I gotta say it a couple times because sometimes we need to hear it about 2 or 3 times. Sometimes first 2 times just don't sink in. It just don't hit like it should. So we gotta say it about 4 or 5 times because some of us are hard headed, right? Look, I was that hard headed little knucklehead dude. And it had to be said about 4 times. I had to take a lot of ass whoopings before I got the goddamn message. I ain't gonna lie. I had to take a lot of ass, and some of them, they feel like goddamn tree branches. But that's another story. Hey, Big Fufasa. Sports and guidance from a great coach can teach you everything you need to know about life as a man. That's 100, Mufasa. That is 100. Shout out to my coaches. they had to have a lot of patience in them. What is that? He said, I see all 5 links. Hopefully one of them work. I don't know. Hopefully one of the 5 work. I don't know. I dropped the link, so he can hang out. If you want to come through, you're more than welcome, my brother. You're more than welcome. He said, I see all 5 links. I know that's right. But let me go back. My friend Travel One had a question. Travel One had a question, so I'm gonna go back and answer this question. Right on, Smitty. You're more than welcome, brother. You know you're always good here. Hink had some repo. Hink was in the repo business. Must be some stories about that. Let me say this, Travel One. Yes, there is. And I give you one story. So, some of the worst calls we always have, whether we delivering or picking it up, either way, was have to go to the projects. We couldn't stand going to the projects. But the business was in a bad neighborhood. Most of our customers were those who live in the projects. So there was one time when we had to go up and get a washer and dryer. Lady ain't paid her bill over a year. She didn't care about collection, so no, that wasn't a problem. But we wanted the damn wash and dry back. So we got up her. We had to fight our way in, convince her, she thought we was there to steal. And we had the uniform shirts on. We had IDs showing who we was. We, paperwork saying, it's over a year due and you didn't pay, so we got to come pick it up. So we try to talk to the people over the housing authority over the projects. They wouldn't let us in unless we had some type of warrant or something like that. So we had to finally catch this woman coming in from work and get the stuff. So she come in, we falling up the steps. She act like she didn't want to go to the apartment, hanging out. We sitting on the steps, wait for her by our apartment door. Jesus Christ. So we get in there finally. She said, come get the shit. I'm sick of it anyway. It don't work. So we're like, what? What you mean it don't work? We didn't get no repair calls, nothing like that on it. It don't work. We go in there, get the washer, bring it out. It's, like I said, it's up a flight of steps. So we already bringing it boom, 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 down the steps. That was already difficult. Like I said, we've been there probably about an hour waiting for her to come out of her neighbor's house to come to her. So we go get the dryer. We start taking a dryer. All of a sudden, What the shit is that? Goddamn cat that made his home in a goddamn dryer. Open the dryer door, this motherfucker jumped the fuck out. Scared my guy. I'm at the other end trying to hold the damn dryer up, and it's Dolly, and he's damn near running down the other end of the stairway. I'm just left here stuck, holding this shit up, hoping it don't fall. I got probably about 6 steps to go down before I get to the bottom. Man, I started to jump out of the way, let this son bitch break and go down. Fortunate enough, he's got himself together. He came back and grabbed it, and we got it down out of there. So, Travel One, that's one of your repo stories you're looking for. Now, I seen this guy. The funny thing about it, he owns a furniture store now. It's funny. He went from collecting furniture and all appliances to owning a furniture store. But yeah, he owns a furniture store now, and I done some business. He got some nice furniture over there, so I've done some business with him before. But that was one story right there. It was crazy. This goddamn big ass cat was, living it up in that dryer. And of course, yes, she's right. The dryer didn't work. And it's probably because it was filled with goddamn cat hairs and shit. Yeah. So we had to get that thing taken care of. So it probably cost us about $60 to get that back into some type of work condition. Of course, you got, that shit. Most of the stuff you have to really clean and sterilize and all that good stuff. So, it probably costs us about $120 just to get it back up to par, to the point of being able to rent it out again. But yeah, those are some stories you got to deal with when I worked there during the summer. Charles said, Grandpa told Hink to go get that switch again. God damn. Hey, man, Travel One, I'm telling you, shit that look like a switch, look like a baby tree. I'm getting my ass whooped by a goddamn baby tree. That's what the hell I'm getting my ass whooped with. God damn. Wasn't no threat to calling CPS. They didn't believe in that shit. Not back then. God bless. Wasn't no help for my ass. God, man, those are the days. I'm just saying. My man, I'm next set. I'm blessed one of these days. I hope. And to go and call with the OGs. Let me keep learning in the meantime. Right on, Young Blood. You keep coming through, man. I appreciate you coming through, man, and getting some of this knowledge and learning some things too. I appreciate you. And hopefully you could implement it to your life. And when you have a little offspring, a son or a daughter, that you could pour into them with the same knowledge that you learn and obtain. So shout out to you, Young Blood. Appreciate you coming through. Real prayers, yeah. Shit. Yeah. Those are things you had to deal with. You're doing summer jobs, summer work. We had some crazy calls, man, that we had to go on and collect shit and get stuff. We had some crazy ones. Yeah. Man. I got one more, guys. One more story. He got one more story for you. So, one of the stories is the owner of the shop. Such members, Chucky will be proud. Okay, the owner of the shop. This dude was, I don't know who's more crooked, the people he was renting to or him. I mean, geez. So, with that being said, he was always on some bullshit, man. He stayed getting reported on, getting called in on to corporate. For some reason, he still kept his job. I don't know why. I don't. Probably because he kept the store halfway empty, renting every goddamn thing, but yet he's taking penitent chances because them motherfuckers wouldn't return it or pay. I don't know. Nonetheless, he ended up getting to a relationship with one of the people he rented stuff by. And so, unfortunately, this lady had that Jasmine Sullivan type spirit in her. And said the link is not working. Damn. I don't know what it is. I mean, that's the link I got above. Let me see. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it's not working, but damn. I don't know why it's not working. I don't know if something going on with StreamYard or not. Okay, here we are. Here we are. Brother, he said, what's going on?
My brother, yeah, that last stream you put up, it worked. The last link you put up worked.
Okay, well, let me make sure I pin that to the top. Let's pin this one to the top. All right. Since that worked, I appreciate that. I see it working. Once worked well. Look, the black cab driver come through. Brother Nick J, what's going on, brother? You good?
Much better now because I think you dropped the wrong code. That's why the wrong stuff.
Okay. It might have been operator error. I'm gonna take that else. It's called account. See, now what I was really trying to do is trying to teach a lesson on being accountable. If I knew I did something wrong, I was gonna show you I'm gonna be accountable. It was my mistake, and I'm gonna send the correct one.
Yeah, you owe me you owe me a bottle of Hennessy on that one, bro.
Oh, you said a bunch of Hennessy. I got you, brother.
God damn, he can name.
I know
He can name on Henny.
Yeah, that's an expensive drink.
That's okay.
He said.
That's okay.
Well, let me finish. Let me finish telling this crazy, I guess, Travel One repo story, as she calls it. So she was on some old Jasmine Sullivan type bullshit. So she busting windows out, not only on his car, but she busted a window out at the goddamn store. And guess what? His ass never told on her. I guess he took that no snitching route to the end. But unfortunately, we all knew that heifer's name. So we told on him for her. Because her ass was crazy as hell. And we didn't want her to come busting our shit out thinking it was his shit. So yeah. He was knocking her down. I guess he pissed off and he must have linked up with somebody else. They were service to when they found out somehow. They found out from each other and they mad. But one girl just left him alone, stopped dealing with him. But the other one, she just went crazy and just started tearing shit up. So that's another crazy ass rental place story. I'm not gonna say the name of the company because that's irrelevant. But brother, he said, "What's going on, big brother? What's going on with you now?"
All is well, man. All is well. You know it. My pleasure, man. Just wanted to come through, show you some love, let you know we appreciate you over here, man. What you do, the information you give out, and just the person you are, man. It's organic. It's not manufactured. You can tell that this is you. So we appreciate the father you are. We appreciate the brother you are, the man you are, the husband you will be. We see you, man, and just know that you are inspiring. You got brothers out here that rock with you, and unapologetically. So keep doing what you do, my brother.
Well, brother, he said, I appreciate you and the wife, and I thank you for your support. And I continue to rock with you, baby. I know some people can't handle how y'all take it, how y'all say it. It's second nature to me. I heard it, so I've been talked to crazy before. My grandfather, he'd be the first one to get in there. Hey, you damn dummy, what the hell you do that for? Look, I messed up, man. I got to take that one. You know what I'm saying? I got to take that L and keep it moving and get the correction. It may not be the kind of loving correction that I prefer, but you know, it's correction, and I'm gonna make the proper adjustments. It is what it is. But yeah, I look. But I said it before. I see a gap, and there's a place where I see young men is needed. You know, they have a voice and they're not being heard. There's some inquisitive young men who really want to learn, and I want to be able to help, you know, bridge the gap between, you know, some of the OGs and these young cats, and help them out, give them the information. And if I don't have the answer, I'm gonna let you know I don't have the answer. But guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do what I can to get that information for you and pass it on to you and help you out. But I'm also gonna tell you, hey, don't be afraid to go ask questions your goddamn self, and come back and teach me. Because please believe, I'm not too old where I can't learn some shit. My son had taught me some shit. I'm 48 years old. I'm 30 years older than him, but guess what? He was able to teach me some shit, and I'm open and willing to learn. Man, Hennessy, what are you? What kind of Hennessy you want? Some white Hennessy? Is that what you want, Ikane?
Ikane, what you doing over there, Ikane?
Man, I was replying to an email, to a text message. Yeah. No, don't worry about the Hennessy, bro, because you know what? It's going to take you weeks to get it to me. I'm out here in Dallas. If you were in Dallas, I would be like, okay, send me some Hennessy VSOP, maybe 75 milliliters, 750 ml or something.
God
but
damn.
That's okay. Hey, I know. Or 1.75 liters, but that's okay. That's okay. Don't worry. Whenever you come to Dallas, I'll get you some, bro. So we can all blow it up.
I know it. Well, look here. I'm not a drinker, but I appreciate the offer.
You're welcome, my brother. You're welcome. You don't have to be a drinker. Maybe you can just have a sip or something. I drink maybe once. Oh, I drank 2 nights ago. I remember. Oh, I had some drink 2 nights ago. I was tired, man. You know, I was so exhausted. I needed something to calm my mind down, man. And then I had to have maybe like a little bit, just a little bit.
Was them clients getting on your nerves or something, brother?
You know, my baby girl, man. She cry, and then rock me out, and I. You know, you can't sleep that much when you have a new baby. You just got to sleep when they sleep. And you got to still wake up in the morning to go to work. So I was like trying to calm down. So as soon as we got off from our trigger mic, I went straight to sleep. Now, who trigger mic for until 2 a.m.? You remember, Hink? We were there for until 2 a.m. Or maybe like 1 o'clock, Dallas time. When I was done, I was knocked out, man. Yeah, that drink hurt.
You said that drink hurt.
You can tell it on itself.
It helped. No, it helped. No, it helped to keep me sleep. Yeah, I needed it. Yeah, that's what's up, man.
Right on. What's good for you? What's going on, brother? How you doing tonight?
Pretty good yourself, man. How you guys
man, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Just up here chilling, man. Having a good time. Listen to my man Ikane talk about I owe him a drink of that Hennessy VSOP.
No, I thought I was going to talk about moonshine for a second. I got a little excited there. Like I never had moonshine, but I heard some stuff is good.
I don't know. I never had moonshine myself, so y'all, I'm gonna have to live through y'all.
Yeah, me too. Never had that.
I heard that shit is strong. That's the only thing. What I was told, if I were gonna have moonshine, have apple pie. They told me that is the best one out there. That's what I was told.
What, apple pie moonshine?
Yeah. I guess they use apple to make. I know they use actual fruit or yeast and stuff like that to actually make it. I know this sounds so corny. I used to watch moonshines on Discovery when I had cable. So I remember seeing them using like different of peaches, apples, stuff like that, and they put actual apples in the jar to actually give it more flavor. I'm like, that's actually pretty cool. And then that's the chef in me too.
Mm-hmm. Mm. I can dig it, bro. I can dig it. So, I know y'all fellas seen the topic and what it was out to be a band. If y'all can, and if you up to it, you would like to share, some of y'all thoughts. Anybody y'all go first?
Absolutely.
I thought Mr. Hishe want to go first. You want to go first, brother?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah. I don't mind.
Go ahead.
I mean, this is a necessary process that we all have to go through. New Edition said it best, from boys to men, and certain sacrifices that we make as men, internally and externally for the good of ourselves and for the benefit of others, because that's what it takes to be considerate, to be respectable, and to be respected. And it's a fine line, to be an honorable man, to be a respected man in your community, and walk that line when nobody is looking. I'll land my plane with this. World Class gave us a suggestion to give 10 things that we think young men should do or have to go from a boy to a man. And my 10 things, are as follows, in no particular order: but a driver's license, a skilled trade, a dictionary, 3 suits, black, brown, and gray, a car, insured and registered, a bank account, a credit card, a mentor or an elder, knowledge of his earnings versus his expenses, and self respect. And I think those 10 things, in my opinion, if you can get a hone on those, I think you can make a transition from being a boy to an honorable, respectable man. It's always going to be work to do, but I think that's a great place to start. Sorry for being so long winded.
No. You good, bro. You good. Ikane, are you there, brother? Or you dealing with your business? All right, well, Grooming, what you got, my man?
So I'm going to give a little backstory on me. My mentor was my instructor, my sensei, my master. Nothing against my father. My father really didn't know how to be a father because he didn't have a father figure. His father died very young, so he did the best he could. So as growing up, did my thing. My dad was more like dictator. Like, I pay the bills, you do what the fuck I say, or get the fuck out of my house, kind of thing. He will never kick me out of the house, but when he asks for something, I gotta drop what I'm doing and do it. That's what I thought, a man is, be a king in the house. And as I was getting older, I didn't realize that what woke me up, it was a reality check, was 2 things. One, when I got arrested for something I didn't do, and I got reality check came in just like that. Like, oh, now I have to literally stop pretending to be a business owner because my businesses went out of, I lost my business, and I had to do what I had to do, go to work, being a dishwasher. Then I became a chef, and history. But what really woke me up was about 4 years ago when my parents, after I would say 40 years, they decided to say, we're done with each other, we're out. And not against my father again. My father had to take care of himself, and I had to jump in and take care of my mom. And the point when that happened, she just got diagnosed with cancer. So it was the cancer. Then it was the other problem. It was like it was a domino effect the last 3 years. Like, and now I'm finally getting my shit finally in a straight line. I go, I can actually fucking relax for once and take a day off and not working 3-4 months straight, and maybe take 1 day off in every 4 months, because I care about making sure I have food on the table, have a roof, cable, make sure my mom's chemo is paid for, or her medication, make sure the dog has food. You gotta make sacrifices, and I think that's the problem with today's society. These kids don't know how to make the sacrifice to do what needs to get done correctly sometimes.
Let me say this real fast. Most times they're not going to know unless they participate in some type of activity. Now, if they participate in some type of activity, then they are going to be forced to learn about what sacrifice is. Because we know with certain activities, it may cost you some time. You sacrificing your time to be involved in whatever activity it may be, whether it's a sport or any other activity that maybe a club or some type of organization, whatever the case may be. You're sacrificing time right then and there, and it depends on the activity where you may have to do other things in form of sacrifice, maybe some monies. You know what I'm saying? Because it costs you money in order to do certain things. And so kids need to learn how to sacrifice or see the sacrifice that their parents are making in order to be able to afford to participate in these activities. Other form of sacrifices is kids who may be selfish and who's used to doing things as individuals. Now you have to work with somebody as a collective in order to accomplish whatever goal you may need to accomplish in order to achieve whatever you may need to achieve. So if I'm on a team, I can't be all about me scoring every basket because I'm going to get double and triple team. So now I need to make sure I need to involve my teammates in order for us to win this game. I'm okay with scoring 20 points, but you should be scoring 25 and I'm taking a loss every goddamn night. That don't make sense to me. That not to me. Now to a selfish son of a bitch, they okay with it as long as I got my 30. No, but what about the bigger picture? You got to be willing to sacrifice. You got to be willing to look out not only for yourself, but the betterment of the collective, of the group, of the team. So, yeah, sacrifice is a major thing that a lot of men have to do, and some men just don't know how to handle. So I definitely can understand what you're saying, though. Ike, are you there? Are you going to keep popping in and out? I think Ike must be getting that shot of that hand, dog. God damn, I called his name twice. He dropped off. Man, okay, whatever.
He's probably handling business, man.
New dad, man. New dad. That's right.
Hey, man, he did say he had a young little girl. She crying. I mean, it happens. It happens. Look, man. One of the ultimate sacrifices when you have kids, because it ain't about you no more. You better get over yourself real fast and in a hurry. It's not about you no more. It's a bigger picture now, and that bigger picture is that little young and you and that woman created. Hopefully it's your wife, but just saying, some of you cats out here on baby mama time, so it is what it is. What did you say? What did you say?
I said, just saying.
Yeah.
Well, even if you dated a woman with a kid, and like you still have to step up because the father might not be in the picture. And I know I dated a woman 3-4 times actually with the father wasn't in the picture. I stepped up, took him out for ice cream, make sure they were the grades are good, took him to doctors. I did what a father needed to do, and it wasn't even technically my kid.
But brother, it doesn't matter if the father's in the picture or not. You still sacrificing.
Of course,
you're opening up your home and your heart to a child that's not yours. That's a sacrifice. Regardless, even if the father's there every other weekend or he can come get through, eventually that child comes home. If she's living with the parent, you still sacrifice every day. So just don't think just because the father's not there or he's there that you're not sacrificing. No, you are. You just maybe not doing as much. You may be doing it in a different way, but you're still making a sacrifice regardless.
I agree 100%. I seen dudes that say, that's not my kid. I don't give a shit. I'm like, that's not right. But they have a kid with the same woman, but because that's not yours, that's not fit for that kid because now he can get jealous, grown up, or seeing things like, why am I getting treated differently? I don't agree with that personally. I agree with what you're saying. Doesn't matter if it's my child or not, father's in or not. You're gonna make sacrifices. You're gonna step up as a man and do what you need to.
Well, if you are create and develop a relationship with a woman with a kid, you got to know that that child's a part of the package. It's nothing. That's part of it. And if you just try to look past it, you just a selfish motherfucker. And she made a bad decision by getting you. If that's the mindset he's taking,
like with the woman I'm dating right now,
you need to find that out before you say I do to this man. Because if you don't, it's gonna be hell.
Like with the woman I'm dating right now, I told her, and it's a little joke we have, like, I have 2 kids. I'm coming a package. Like, I got a mother and a dog. They're coming as a package too, so we got to deal with it. It's a little joke we have, but I totally get it.
No, absolutely. You guys are both right. The only thing I would add is the appreciation. I think that's what we as men, kind of draw the line and don't have a problem with the sacrifice. We don't have a problem with the providing and the protecting or any of it when it's appreciated. When it's shown that it's recognized and appreciated. I think we are willing to go above and beyond as men. But when it starts to look a little bit different is that's when the challenges arise, in my opinion.
You heard this time, my man. Let's see, hopefully the third time's the charm.
Yeah. Third time is a charm, man. Yeah, I was. My internet is acting up. To be a man is not something easy. It's not an easy thing at all. Some people think that when you have a son, you take him to school, or maybe you feed him, you raise him, feed him, take him to school, graduate, put him through education, and get a nanny when the child is small. Let somebody else raise your son by being a nanny, or maybe put your son in the daycare and make him go through life, send him out to the street. But that is not how you make a man. You don't make a man by just having a son and moving on. No. You have to teach that son a lot. You have to teach that son how to eat. You have to teach that son how to coordinate himself. You have to teach that son how to survive. You also have to teach that son how to act under pressure. A lot of dads, especially the moms that raise a son by themselves, don't understand that a son, the greatest tool you can give a son is how to react under pressure. Because if that son doesn't know how to react under pressure, 2 things are going to happen: jail or get killed. You see what I'm saying? That's why we say that a man cannot show emotion. When we say a man cannot show emotion, doesn't mean that he shouldn't have emotion, but he can't react under emotions. He has to be logical. He has to judge with a firing speed, which means before he reacts, he has to judge and gauge the consequences of his reaction, not of his action, but of his reaction, because his reaction can sink him and also can bring down a whole lot. Every man on earth represents a nation. And when a man dies, a nation is dead. That's one thing we don't know. So, to be a man is a struggle, is a lecture, is a study, is a book, is a mental capacity. You got to be a man by understanding the joy and the consequences of life, because there is a lot upon your shoulder. There is a woman out there that depends on your judgment. There are kids out there that depend on your provision and your protection. When we talk about provision and protection, it's not for women. People do get that wrong. It's not for women. A woman is a grown-ass person. She can provide. Maybe she can protect, but she can provide for herself. That is called being an adult. But the provision and the protection is really for the kids. But if you misjudge or you misapply as a father, you destroy your family. If you misjudge or you misapply as a young man without obligations, family obligations, you destroy your whole life, which means you also destroy your legacy in the process.
God
To be a
damn.
man is not a day job. It's not a day job. Stuff.
I can agree with
I
that, brother.
read my case.
Yeah. One step kaboom.
I don't think nobody's I don't think nobody's gonna fight you on that, Ikene. We appreciate that. I'm glad that Henny didn't take you too far gone left. Were you able to get that message out, brother? Because it was greatly needed. Thank you, sir. Well, you out there just roaming the streets of Dallas, man? Is that what you doing?
Looking like an alligator out there. Looking on the
No,
prowl.
no. What happened is that I have a transportation business that handles several hotels in the downtown area. So whenever there is convention, so these hotels in that area consult my transportation business. So I have multiple drivers and me that will have to move all these clients from place to another and then bring them back to the hotel because we work with the hotels. Yeah, that's my business.
When you be out there, you get that money. You be safe out there, though, Ikene, man. You gotta be safe out there at night, man. You never know. You know the
No,
freaks coming out at night,
we
Ikene. You know how that go.
Freaks do come
oh
out at
yeah,
night.
but
You gotta be careful.
no, get those kind of people because yeah, I understand, but we can't get those kind of people because we handle business clients. So these are business clients that hotels for conventions, like business conventions, like pharmaceutical, tech, all these people that come to Dallas for conventions in downtown. Those are the clients we handle. Like you see, right behind me is the Omni. If you look right behind me is the Omni Hotel. That's the Omni Hotel right there. Yeah, so I work with that hotel. Yeah.
So I'm gonna be definitely visiting, going back to the Dallas area here soon. We have some friends. Old teammate lives down there, and their son plays for the Cowboys, and we was invited to a game. We just got to figure out which game we want to go to, right? So I definitely will be back in the Dallas area. I do like Dallas. Dallas is a beautiful city. Between Arlington and Fort Worth and Dallas, I do like the city. My lady lived there for a while before I brought her back home to her original roots, which is here in Kentucky. So I've visited Dallas a few times, and so I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Dallas. I really do. So I'm gonna definitely make sure I get back there as well.
Whenever you come to town, let me know.
What'd you say, brother?
Yeah, whenever you come to Dallas, let me know so we can hook up, bro. Just let me know whenever you come to Dallas.
All right. Well, I will let you know. Do I get to ride around in one of the Ikene traveling caravan?
Oh, that's right. That would be cool, bro.
I know that's right. But man, I was sharing earlier in the stream how I was inspired to have this conversation, and that was based off of country. And now look, I don't even know if the guy's a country singer, so to say, because I've seen him rap at one time on one of the IG clip shorts, and so I'm like, okay, is he a country singer? Is he a rapper? Is he just a straight up entertainer who could, do it all, man? Jack of all trades, master of none. I don't know, but listen to that song. It was really inspiring to me, man. Like I said, I'm like, man, shit, man, boy, this will make you think. It's to pull your goddamn heartstrings with this song. But just what he was saying, man, like, damn, that's it. That's exactly what I need to call this live. This is what the topic should be. And so that really inspired me to do this. And the His name is Dax, D-A-X. And I forgot what's the name of the song. Something about To Be a Man or something is what the name of the song is. But
I actually have heard of him. He's actually really freaking good.
So okay, you said you have heard of him?
Yeah, he does rap, country. He does a little of everything actually.
So and I didn't know the one, like the video I seen, he was doing country, and he had your boy Ruckers. What's his name? Darius Ruckers. That's it. And I couldn't even think about his name earlier. From what's it, Coldfish or something?
Hootie and the Blowfish.
Hootie and the Blowfish. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, that's
So
yeah, that's a dope one.
he was on the remix, and I guess he got a couple versions of it. But Hootie and the Blowfish was, well, not Hootie and the Blow. Darius Rucker was on the remix, and so that's the song I heard at first in the video I seen. I'm like, damn, this shit's deep, and so that it inspired me for me to make this the title of my show that I have tonight. So shout out to that brother. I don't know if that brother's gonna see it, but I'm gonna give you your props. Thank you for this inspiration. You never know what your source of inspiration can come from. It could be from a YouTube clip. It could be something you've seen out in your real life, maybe at your workplace, or just seen in your own household. So you never know where your inspiration can come from. But if there's a message that need to be shared, I always tell man, make sure you share it, and don't be afraid to share your message, man. Especially ones that's going to be positive. It's going to help your fellow man or woman out. Don't be afraid to share that message, man. However it needs to be shared, share it. Some people gonna be able to receive it, some not. Those who can, hey, let it be. But those who do receive it, hey, bless you. So,
was the song any chance to be a man?
Yeah, it's just called Be a Man.
Be a Man.
So he had, I'm at it on his YouTube channel right now. He has a couple versions of it. One of it is actually a remix too. I'm not sure which one you listened to. Both of them are very beautiful.
It was a remix.
Songs.
I listened to the remix because that's the remix one with your boy Darius Ruckers in it.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now. I see which one you're talking about now.
Yeah, that's the one I've seen. Yeah, it's only like about 3 minutes. Like about 3 minutes and 20-some seconds.
Yeah, that one I'm looking at is at 10 to 15.
It is that long? Damn.
Yeah,
okay.
I can send you the back chat if you want to listen to it. And he has another very beautiful song called God's Eyes. It's some of his songs they're deep. They're deep. It's like somebody putting a knife right in your emotions. Like, wow. It made me like, when I heard him for something, I was going through his shorts, and I was like, I heard him first. I'm like, geez, that's deep and painful. And sometimes you just need to listen to that right song or that right quote or the right moment. And it might just change your day. This is what I do Motivation Mondays on my channel. Like I could say one little thing, it could change somebody. And I tell a lot of people, smile. And people look at me like, why smile? You can literally save somebody's life. Just smile and say, hey, how are you doing today? You don't know. It's something so stupid. It could go a long way.
True indeed. True indeed. I love it. If you can spark just one brain, your job is done. Contrary to popular belief. What that song did for me the first time I heard it is I kind of reflected on being a teenager, Hank, and thinking about the type of man I wanted to be. I think that is very important. As much as we, get the definition of a man from everywhere, fellas, you got to hold near and dear to what a man is, in your opinion, in the eyes of your loved ones, in the eyes of your community, but more importantly, know what type of man you want to be. There's a lot of different types, everything from a low life to a gentleman to a uppity and everything in between. So, I see so many people, I call it Stockholm syndrome. We adopt characters, we adopt traits. And, my wife pointed it out to me. People adopt the worst characteristics, the worst traits of the people that they try to emulate and they say that they admire. So think about the type of man you want to be and hone in on that. Hopefully it's positive. Hopefully it's a gentleman. Hopefully it's, something in the higher echelon and move accordingly.
Definitely, man. And just saying that it's My friend traveled once. She don't have a good evening. Thanks for addressing travels. Boy, I tell you, hey, look, the chat, something about the chat, boy. The chat, boy, they undefeated, ain't they, Miss Easy? They are undefeated. And they come some of the comments just
all day.
Where did that come from? What the
Shout
hell
out
they
to the
talking
chat.
about? No, but what we were saying about as far as being a man, like you said, it's very important. It's very important to have an idea about what you're looking to accomplish, what you're trying to do as far as being a man. Hopefully you have some good influences in your life, some good male role models, and like I said, I'm always push. Hopefully it's your father. Hopefully it's your father. But if you're not as fortunate or blessed to have your father in your life for whatever reason, make sure you have some positive male role models in your life that you can look up to, that you can be influenced by, that you can interact with, have conversation with. I'm talking about real life, ones you can actually touch and talk to. There's nothing wrong with looking up to sports figures and actors and entertainers. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But at the same time, you got to realize they're human too. You know what I'm saying? And they got their own agenda about how they move and say and what they do. So make sure you definitely have a conversation with real people who could teach you real stuff, who you can really talk to and interact with and touch. You know what I'm saying? Because there might be some shit on your heart, man, that's gonna draw you to tears. LeBron can't hand you a tissue, say, man, it's gonna be all right. But you know who can? That mentor you may know at the boys' club. That teacher that you may be having in your classroom, or that coach that gives you a hard time about what you didn't do right on the practice field or in the game situation, or your neighbor who you may be talking with over the fence. Shout out to Timothy Allen, Home Improvement. I used to watch that corny ass show.
The tool guy.
I actually love that. So after school, coming to school and plugging that in. That was my jam back in the day. And Boy Meets World is the other one.
But yeah, I mean, you never know who it is. But the most important thing is that you're able to have good, wholesome interaction and conversation with that individual, and they can share and pour into you. And like I said, filter out through the bull. Get the message. That's the most important thing.
But the thing is this, right? Put it this way. The message is not going to be delivered if two people are not working together. You see what I'm saying? That's a problem. Because sometimes if you as a man is trying to raise your son certain ways, right? That is positive or that are positive. But your woman is undermining your effort, right? It's a waste. Or if your woman sees that you are really spoiling your child by giving your child too much or doing everything that the child asks for, and she's telling you that, hey, bro, whatever name she calls you, that what you do is that you're spoiling this child. And you're like, no, I got to give my son whatever he wants. And you're not working together with her, that's disastrous. So you see what I'm saying? So two people that are trying to raise a child have to be in agreement behind closed door, not in the face of the child or the children. You guys got to agree. And when the other one say, hey, you're not doing it right, we have to work as a team. Guess what? Agree with the person. Agree with her right away. And say, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, what do you think? What do you suggest? Because I gotta tell you, kids are very, very manipulative. They can smell weakness. And when they smell that weakness, sure, I gotta tell you, some kids can actually break up their parents just to get away with something. Some kids can lead parents to divorce just to get away with something. Just to be with the weak one. They will lead the parents to divorce just to be with the weak one. Kids are mischievous. We have to understand that. Are they doing it because they're doing it on purpose? No. They just wanna win. And their winning is selfish. It destroys the family. That's just what it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, Nick, I ain't gonna lie. I can agree. I could definitely agree. I've experienced that where my ex-wife's daughter did some shasty shit like that before, and what it was, she wrote like a little love note, stuck in my pocket. My ex found it and thought some girl was just writing it to me. It had nothing to do with me. I had nothing, and to the point where we had to go and do a third world security investigation on who did this, and come find out it was her daughter, because she felt a certain way about me. Didn't want me to marry her mother. Wanted her dad and mother get back together. So, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Unfortunately, those things happen. It is what it is. Brother Smitty, what's going on tonight, brother? Welcome to the basement. Are you on mute, brother? You on mute?
It's not. Okay. Respect to you. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel pretty good. I just want to say I really appreciate, man, I appreciate this discussion. You touched on a lot of things that I definitely have been observing for quite some time. Once you really step into that realm of manhood as far as your outlook on life, and a lot of things you said, man, I really can definitely get with. So I appreciate you on that. But I would like to listen a little bit more, not tapping in the moment.
Okay.
Respect to you.
That's what we're here for, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We appreciate you coming up, though. But if you got some input, definitely let us know. We love to hear it, brother. Everybody's input important.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody.
Yeah,
so brother,
that was
yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that was very bad, bro. So you said she put that stuff in your pocket just to set you up so that you won't marry the mother?
Yes.
Man, that was trifling, man.
I agree. I definitely agree. And maybe that should have been a warning. I should have did what I did, but
Yeah.
That's the past. I'm not gonna dwell on. I'm not gonna. It is what it is. You live and learn, right?
Indeed.
Right?
We learn a lesson.
Yeah, amen. That's right.
But I think what you guys
thing.
were speaking to was absolutely correct. That unified front. I think that's one of the most important things, that you can have once we enter a union and there's, little ones involved. They have to see again, us maybe not get along all of the time and not agree on everything all of the time, but they absolutely have to see a unified front. And, it transcends to school. We have to be unified with the teacher. We have to be on the same page as a unit, or else, the information is kind of fly by night. If you teaching them one thing, I'm teaching them the other thing. It's okay to do it over here, but not over there. It gets very confusing. So, like you guys said, that unified front, very important. Very important.
See, my rule always was when I was with any woman with a kid, I don't care what kind of fight we're getting, it is not going to happen in front of the kids. I'm going to shut that down fast. I don't care if we're arguing why you put the cup there versus here. Oh, why is the electric bill not paid? I don't care what the fight is about. It's not going to happen in front of the kids because that puts toxin in Brian saying that's okay to argue with your loved one. And fights are going to happen. We're all grown men. We know that. We are going to fight where are the haves. But I like to avoid it in front of the kids. That is always my biggest rule.
Can I say something to that?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Go for it.
All right, respect. So I definitely agree with like protecting the children from certain elements, definitely at certain ages. Yes, I agree. Don't like fight, argue in front of them. But one thing that me and the mother of my child, we definitely make sure that we advocate and do is we always make sure that she does recognize that we're able to communicate. And just like how even somebody was saying earlier, as far as like, you know, we may not have to agree on everything. Um, I believe that we really need to get out of the mindset that there needs to be this universal thinking. Throughout history, you know, the greatest ideas came from something that was unique, off the wall, and unorthodox, right? So, I mean, when you're speaking to your children and when you're speaking even to the the spouse or the loved one of your children, right? Always, I make sure that we're able to show her how you're able to have some kind of dilemma and problem solve. That's the main thing. So it's not even so much about arguing in front of them. It's just more so like, can we just show her, hey, look, me and your mother disagreed about this right here. But it didn't turn into a whole bunch of knives and everything else and F you, get out and everything else. We went on ahead and we made sure that we showed you how we were still able to come together throughout our differences for the betterment of you because we put you first and our feelings last. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
So, with
Well
that
said.
being said, I remember, and how I like to deal with it is what I remember seeing as a kid. I remember seeing them arguments, and it wasn't healthy for me and my brother. It wasn't good, and we was exposed to that, unfortunately. So I tried to use that as a reference point for me in my situation. So what I told, what me and my ex-wife did, if we get to argue, they probably more likely going to see the beginning of it, right? They're going to see the beginning of she raised her voice, I'm raising my voice back. But then I had to be the person to say, hey, okay, hold on. Let's go out to the car. Let's have this discussion. And when we get back, we're going to be good. We're not going to continue to talk about it. So if that means we in this car for a whole hour to get this shit out, then let's do it. But let's don't do it in front of the boy. You know, our daughters already was exposed to that, and we seen some of the repercussions from that. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't want that same burden on my son. You know, you live and you learn, right? You live and you learn. And so I didn't want to do that to him because I see what it did to our daughters. So, hey, man. Shout out to Ikane for the $5 super chat. He said, keep the love going. The brother man donated some of his hard-earned money that he earned from tips from driving in the beautiful city of Dallas. Thank you, Ikane. And now he's in the back. I can tell him in person. Thank you, Ikane, for the donation, brother. You had to do it, but you found it in your heart to donate to me, and I appreciate that, my guy. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, bro. You got to keep the love going.
Right on. Shout out to the love. Shout out to the love. But that was something I had to teach my lady. Me and her got into a disagreement. And I told her, you know, first of all, I'm not going to disrespect your daughter, us having this argument. I'm going to leave. And I left. She's like, oh, why'd you leave? Because first of all, I'm not going to disrespect your daughter, and I don't want her to get the idea that this is the type of person I am who's going to sit there and argue with her mother. No, that's not me.
Mm-hmm.
So let me take myself out of the equation. You can call me later when your mind is right and when you're in a good place. We can have the conversation, but not until then. And no, I didn't go back because the lesson had to be taught. That's not how I move. We're not gonna say we're going this. We're not doing this. I live and I learn, and I'm not gonna repeat the same mistakes I did before. And she's gonna be mad at me probably. She'll say something here in a minute in the chat. Talk about why'd you share that? Hey, I'm just being honest. It's just me being real. It happened.
Let me bounce this off you guys. I want your opinions or something because when you said that, kind of can not flashback us something that happened to me. One of my exes, me and her were arguing, and now we were not arguing. She was yelling at her son, and she goes off and starts calling him stupid, retarded, and all this stuff. I lost my shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I told her, listen, you don't call your son stupid, retarded, and all that shit because that's not right. How about you talk to him and see why he did what he did? I don't remember what he did, to be honest with you. It was something retarded, probably. But as men, how would you guys handle it? You think I handled it correctly, or would you handle it differently?
Well, let me ask you this: did you do all that in front of the kid?
No, I pulled her inside and told her we need to have a conversation.
I don't see nothing wrong with what you did then. As long as you didn't do it in front of the child to undercut her or to undercut her authority, I don't have a problem with it because you did right. You should have corrected. That's not the way you should have handled it, especially with that harsh language like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, now look, us men, we know. Let me speak from my experience. My grandfather said those type things to me. Now, I came, but I'm cut from a different cloth. These cats now, they folding, they turtling up. They not taking that too well. Then I'm like, shit, he don't mean that. He's just talking, and I kept it moving. But I got his message. I could say those same words to my son. He gets it. Now, at first he didn't. It took him some time, but he gets it. Now it's not like something I'm doing verbal abuse, no. But my son knows I get in his ass and I'm hard on him. And I said, so any of these coaches out here now, they're yelling, oh, he's not gonna turtle up, he's not gonna fold. I've been doing that ever since he came out the womb. He immune to that. He know what to do. Now, there was two things. There was some lessons being taught in there, but at the same time, getting him ready. Especially you playing a sport, your coach gonna get in your ass. He gonna yell at you. He gonna say some shit you don't like. How you gonna handle it? So to me, I think you did. I don't see a problem with what you did. I had to correct my ex-wife on that shit. Don't undercut me. If I'm correcting our son, don't come in there saving his ass. As long as I'm not jacking his ass up or whooping him by putting a fist in his goddamn jaw, leave me be and let us handle it. Let the father of the man do his job as a man. Now, if you have an issue, you have a problem, we could pull you into the bedroom. We could talk about it. I may agree to disagree, and we'll keep it moving. But don't undercut me again. I can't stand that grooming. I ain't gonna lie to you. So that's why I asked you that question. Did you do it in front of the child? That's to me.
Yeah, she used to undercut me a lot. Like I remember one time he was failing like half his classes. I go, okay, simple. No Xbox till your grades go up. And she turned around and came with the Xbox remote back in literally in 30 seconds. Like, so we're just gonna let him fail pretty much. He goes, oh, he's gonna be fine. He always is. Like, it doesn't matter. He's staying up all night, going to school, sleeping through his classes, and then staying up doing it all over again. I'm like, so Xbox is the problem. He goes, no, okay, you know what? No, I can't do anything about that. I'm not technically his biological father, so I only can do so much.
Well, look, there's a lot of approaches you can come. It depends on y'all relationship and how he receives a message. One of the things I would do is have a conversation with her. Depending on your child. Some kids can take harsh criticism. Some kids can't. Some kids you can just look at them and they know, oh, I better get right. Some you got to just really get on their ass. You know what I'm saying? You got to stay on them. It depends on the child. Now, to me, it sounds like I don't know, but that may not always be the case with some kids where you have to be that harsh and aggressive. And maybe she's probably trying to overcompensate because the father's not in her life. Maybe that's what she's doing. I don't know, but that's a possibility. But the thing I would probably say, hey, how about you try this approach? This may not be working. How about you come at it this way and see what happens and see if we get a different result? You know what I'm saying? And get the results we're looking for instead of always coming to them with a rah shit. You know what I'm saying? So, what do you guys think, man?
Smitty, you got it, sir.
Okay. I've dealt with that actually before when it came to when I started to recognize the transformation in my daughter, right? As far as from that cute, cuddly kid stage into I'm now trying to figure this world out. And there are certain things I'm going to challenge. And a lot of times, what they challenge first and foremost is their direct authority. Now, I have had to deal with now. The thing is, which was real wild. Brother Hink, you spoke on it earlier when you was talking about I had to tell my mama no, and I had to do that myself. I remember we were at a function and I had to discipline my daughter. And of course, I had to pull her aside, things of that nature. But the thing is that when you have those who try to interfere with what it is that you are displaying in your position as the power and authority over their life at that particular time, you can't have people coming in saying, you being too harsh. No, no, no. Why you got to talk to her or him like that? That totally begins to make them start to question. So now, because see, back in the day, everything worked in tandem. If I messed up at my grandma's house, my aunt could whoop my behind, and then my mom would come over there, whoop my behind before we went home. Everything worked in tandem. So when we have a position where folks is like, all right, if you undermine me as the father and she sees you as grandma or papa or whoever, then that will make the situation be more so now they're going to question my authority. I can't have them questioning my authority. When I say something, I need everybody that's around me as the adults to be like, you heard what your father said. That's the only thing that you should be saying. You heard what your father said. Nah, don't try to come up with what your father say. But see, when you have situations where it's like, it ain't that bad, and so on and so forth, it's like, shit. So now I'm constantly getting a whole bunch of questioning. I'm getting questioned about everything that's going on that I'm saying to you, and I keep on making it clear. The only thing I'm doing is I'm just dropping a seed. I'm just planting a seed. You're not going to get everything that I'm saying right now, but I promise you, one day you're going to be older, and and it's all going to kick in, and you're going to be like, Dad used to say this all the time. But you got people that keep on trying to dig up your seed because they don't recognize and how and why you're planting it, where you're planting it, when you're planting it. I'm trying to put something into her mind and instill it, and you keep on trying to dig it up. Just leave it be. If you're not going to help me cultivate this garden, then don't destroy it, if anything. Right? So, I mean, with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
That was great, man. That was poetic. And I'm here to back you up because, I'm looking at the fruits of that labor 23 years later. My daughter comes to me almost daily like, Dad, thank you. Thank y'all. Like being steadfast, being unapologetic, like he said, just nurturing this flower the way we wanted to, not caring about what nobody said. She comes back and thanks us, the 18-year-old, just they're different. They're different than the kids that are out there today, and they see it. So, gentlemen, grooming, you did the right thing. And The only thing that we do over here different is we kind of spar like heavyweight champions. We fight with a cap. There's no hitting below the belt. So, I was very astute and very emphatic about having the words to express how you feel. That's when people curse. That's when they yell. That's when they get all belligerent, is when they don't have the words to express. So we always try to use the words. They might not taste like great medicine going down all the time, but it's gonna be poetic. It's gonna sting a little bit, and it's not going to be disrespectful. So you gotta respect it, and it's coming from the people that love you. So that's just how we do over here, man. And my suggestion is protect yourself at all times, like Brother Hink says, man. No hitting below the belt, no fight, no biting, no spitting, because one of those blows can knock somebody out, man. Just like a heavyweight, one of those blows can send you to the hospital. So just fight respectfully, man. We all get into disagreements, we all have those moments. So just fight with a cap, keep it respectful, and like my brother said, man, nurture those flowers, man. Great topic.
Well, I know me and you haven't really spoke about a little backstory. Me and her are not together anymore for a lot of reasons. It was very abusive relationship, verbally and physically on her end, not on my end. I always get my composure, being respectful in that. Listen, when a guy hits, you're going in handcuffs. When she hits, she can get away with it. Do I need to say more? That's what I thought.
I mean, honestly, I would say a lot of people need to just go ahead, sir.
No. Go ahead. I just want to say that's what it is, man.
I mean, in situations like that, I mean, I remember being close to that type of stuff. I mean, honestly, it's all about discernment. A woman can push your buttons beyond belief, but like some form of fashion, some way, us as men, I always take it to like a captain of a ship. You're going to have huge waves and tides. You might even have some orcas and whales and everything else try to go ahead and get at you. You have all types of things that's going to come at you when you're out on the ocean. But like somehow, some way, you got to know how to navigate it. You got to know how to weather that storm, if you want to say. And it's a lot of little things that like we really did used to say that may be cliches, but it still holds very much so value. It's simple and as small as it may sound, it holds a lot of value. Like you really do have to know how to weather the storm. Sometimes that woman is the tornado, the hurricane, the tsunami. You got to know how to weather the storm. So I mean, I recognize that we are human. We're not perfect, but we are built and constructed to be able to weather the storm. So it shouldn't be anything, leaking inside the interior, is all I'm
I
saying.
mean,
So,
see, I'm confused now. Now I'm really confused. I was a little bit confused, but when you got to the end, I really got confused because if she's my woman and she lives inside the house with me,
mhm,
I was under the impression that storms come from the outside. And again,
right,
that's why we have shelter to protect us from the storm. So she
right,
can't be outside and inside at the same time because she's sleeping in my bed next to me. So the storm is actually inside with me based on your argument.
okay. Respect to that.
And that's not
So,
cool. I'm not weathering no storm right next to me in my bed. Storms belong outside, and that's why.
well, that's not in which I was putting that. So let's go ahead and go back. When I say weather the storm, what I'm saying is you got to know how to navigate throughout your relationship, period. Whatever's going on, you as the man, you got to figure out how to make it back to shore somehow, some way. You got to make sure you got to keep that ship afloat, period. I don't care if it's in your home or outside your home. You have to know how to go ahead and navigate that ship. You are port starboard. You are the one who tell them to cast the sails, drop the anchor, the whole nine. That's you. The fact is, I don't care what's going on. If the ship goes down, you go down with it. And when the ship goes down, they don't blame the crew, they blame the captain. And we know this. So if they're gonna blame me for whatever, I need to make sure to the best of my ability, I know how to get through whatever it is that's going on inside the home or outside the home. You run that. That's you, as we would say, right? As men, that's what we would say. I run this. This is I'm the man, I'm the head, I'm the leader. This is God's will. Okay, cool. Then we have to make sure throughout whatever's going on that you are able to take care of whatever's going on. Guess what? Leaks happen in the ship. That's not the outside, that's the inside. So you telling me you're not gonna be like, nah, I ain't taking care of no leaks in the ship? Nah, you better patch that hole or you gonna sink.
Smitty.
And that's where I'm at. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out, E.
No. I got a question for you, Smitty. You don't need to mute your mic. I got a question for you.
No,
So,
he hear you. He got you.
okay. Um, yes, you're the captain of the ship. You're the man. Anything happens, you're gonna be held accountable. That's life. So, what happens to the woman?
She either gets on a life raft or she goes down with you. That's what
Nope.
that is. You're a
That,
person.
guess what? If you, as a man, is held responsible by society, your job is to hold her accountable for messing up. That's why women today don't even they kind of shock when they held responsible for their misbehavior. They don't understand that they are supposed to be held responsible, but not by society, but by you. The society is not going to come to her to hold her responsible for that bad behavior. They will hold you responsible because you're the captain of the ship, right? But it's your responsible to hold her responsible because you got to make her understand that this shit will never happen again or never do this again. That's why you got to beat it down in her head, you got to beat it down in her chest, and you got to hold her foot to the fire. Because what? If society holds you responsible and you never held her responsible, she's going to keep doing the same shit over and over and over and over
Can I
again.
ask you a question?
Go
At
ahead, bro.
what point of the relationship are you talking about this and speculation? Like, is this at the beginning or is this after we've been married? Just curious.
I'm glad because that was what I was going to discuss after when I pick up the mic. But I'm glad you asked me this question, so let me go into it. It's a man's responsibility that when you're dealing with a woman that you know heart and wholeheartedly that you want to marry, right? You have to discuss those family things with her. You have to discuss her tolerance about children being disciplined. You have to, because you got to understand what we don't know. Some women don't like to be held responsible. That is why they don't want you to hold their children responsible because they paced that society held them responsible or their parents held them responsible for their misbehavior. And when you go into relationship with these women and you never ask them about how their views in terms of discipline of a child, you get to find that out after she already have a child for you, that she don't want her child to be disciplined. In fact, she's not saying that's your child according to nature, because by nature is a man's child, right? She's gonna say no, it's her child because the Western culture told her it's her child.
Okay. So
Um,
that's at the
I,
beginning of the relationship.
yeah, I'm not sure if you answered the question for him, Ekene. He was asking at what period of the relationship are we in?
Yeah,
Um,
when you do that.
yeah. I don't want to get too far off, Hank, just in case, you know what I mean? I don't want to go
Go
on a
ahead.
tangent
Rock
and
out.
we disrespect the
No,
show.
no.
But yeah,
If you
respectfully.
want, if you could answer, go ahead. I mean, because I was gonna say what I need to say, but go ahead, brother. He said.
Um, for me, I couldn't say a specific period of the relationship because I was in the conversation of it being a ship. and me being the
Okay.
captain of the ship. So it was no beginning or end or start or middle or what part, because like you said, I don't disagree with anything that you said
Mm.
wholeheartedly, but at a specific point I just part away because, again, I understand you saying that you got to be able to weather the storm, quote unquote. But for me, I took that as kind of like I have to be able to kind of tame the beast that is a woman, maybe the involatility, or just how indecisive, and all of the things that come along with a woman. So that's what I was taking it as, and that's understandable, but for me only to a certain extent. I think that you are absolutely right that I'm the captain of the ship. When I tell them to cast the bow, they should do that, but that shouldn't come with back talk. That shouldn't come with questions. It couldn't shouldn't come with what ifs. It shouldn't come with stuff like this right here. Like, why y'all worried about women? Like, where does things like this come from? Like, we have, us as men have no right to have conversations. Like, we're being very respectful in our articulation, we're being very calm in our demeanor. All of the fellas are very intelligent, and you guys are adding very respectable contributions to the conversation. And again, all we get is disingenuous, very unoriginal comments like, why these men worried about women, and bandits is probably going to come later. So this is why we don't have to kind of acquiesce to the storm, because that's when the house gets wet. That's when the leaks come into the ship. What we have to do as men is, again, let them know what this ship is about, where it's headed, and if they are in line with this voyage, they should get on this ship. If they're not, they probably should wait for another ship. And like I said, I'll land my plane with, I don't disagree with what you were saying. I just think that the storm, quote unquote, that is a woman, in my opinion, only my opinion, the storm is not something that we need to be able to handle, quote unquote. We already know how to handle women. We know that we don't ask their weight, we don't ask their age. They walk on the inside of the street, we open the car door for them and every other door, and all of the rest of the things that we already know. So we know how to handle the storm. I think the storm needs to learn how to acquiesce when there is sunshine outside.
Respect to you, brother. I would say this is why, words are very important. I said weather, and as in weather the storm, not handle. You can't handle no tsunami. You can't handle no tornado, no hurricane. But you can weather it as far as make the proper preparations so that when it does occur, you know how to maneuver through the storm. Period. That's all I'm saying. The fact is that I don't care if it's your mama, your daughter, your sister's favorite female cousin, auntie, whoever, grandma, you name it. The fact is that a woman is a woman. And if you're going to deal with women, you have to know how to maneuver and deal with whatever it is that's going on with women. Why? Now, I mean that in the sense of this. When I say deal with what any woman that's in your life, I have to deal with my daughter a different way than I deal with my two sisters. I deal with them different than my aunts and my grandma. I deal with them different than my mother. But the fact is, I always remember she's a woman. There are going to be certain aspects that are just going to exist that I'm going to have to deal with. Sometimes, let's say chattery. Yeah, they're going to have to say something back. No matter how much sense you make, no matter how much it makes all the logical sense in the world, you can say it with the most slightest and the most beautiful of elegance. The fact is, if it's not the message that they don't, that they do not want to hear, they're not going to receive it no matter how you say it. Now, do you get upset? Now, that's the storm. Now, do you start, whining, bitching, complaining, and moaning? No. What you do is you try to figure out how to maneuver through that. You have to know that person. You have to know how to deal with that person, how that person should be dealt with. Brother Hink said earlier, some of your kids, you can go ahead and just like, you can give them a stare. And that's all it takes. Some of them, you have to be a little more active with them. It's the exact same thing when it comes to the women in our lives. Some of them you can deal with a certain way. Some of them you're going to have to put a little more pep in your step. And that's all I'm basically saying. So, I mean, we're for the most part on the same page. So, respect to you, my brother. All right.
Absolutely. And you as well,
I
my brother.
digress. My mic is muted.
Absolutely.
Respect.
So let me say this, man. A lot of things were said, shit. But one of the things I'm gonna definitely talk about is this. This dude ain't shit.
God damn, Eden, man.
Oh gosh. But let me say this. As far as going into a blended family or getting a relationship with a woman who has a child or children, that woman needs to set the tone. That's her responsibility. Those are her kids. That's her responsibility. She needs to set the tone. And what I mean by set the tone is let them kids know there's a new man in the building. There's a new sheriff in town, and he's going to run this shit. Y'all got to get in line or get the hell out. Y'all got to get in line or get the hell out. Now, as a man, if you come into a situation and you have kids, you need to have a conversation with your kids. Now, my situation, I got an adult daughter. Her opinion doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about her opinion because she's not being affected. Not directly. My son, yeah, he does because he still lives with me. Even though he's in college, he still lives with me. When school's out, he comes home. So I have to be concerned about him. My daughter's moved on. She's married and got her own family, got her own thing. Son's still underage. So his opinion mattered. What he thought, what his views was, it mattered. I had to have that conversation with him. I respect his views and his opinion. But I had to make sure that's in order. I got a relationship, have a conversation with a woman that's not your mother. Me and your mother worked out. You know why. I don't have to explain it again. But I had to get that in order to the relationship to go smooth. So when it does happen, the transition won't be a bumpy and rocky one. They already know what the deal is. We appreciate your opinions and your views. But at the end of the day, y'all going to move on and do your own thing. And me and your mother going to be left out here for what? We just supposed to be miserable in that time? I'm supposed to miss out on something great because you didn't like it in the meantime, between time, or you didn't agree with that? No, the hell with you. The hell with you. At the end of the day, it's about me and her. We raised our kids. Them days are gone. We ain't. So that's one thing. As far as anything else about getting her together and all that, she needs to be together before we say I do. She needs to know whatever your standards is before you say I do. You need to make sure you look into these little quirks and twerks. Hopefully you see that before you say she says I do. Because most of the time they can't hold water, so they're going to show themselves. It's going to come out in the wash. You just hope sooner than later. But if you don't see it in the time frame you want it, start asking questions. Start putting it in scenarios and see how you respond. Look at some of these YouTube shows and see what she thinks and how she responds to those and her opinions on those. Or situations in your family. Find out the history. Little things like that's going to tell it all. Look at her social media, what she watches on TV. Little things like that's going to let me know how she responds and acts and how she was going to carry herself and how she's going to move. If she's into all these goddamn reality shows and she's watching them all the goddamn time, they might be a red flag for you, brother. If her ass watching a lot of these snap and crazy ass woman shows, that might be a big red flag for you, my brother. hey, you might want to get the fuck up out of there and not invest in that. Because if she's doing that, I'm thinking she crazy as hell. Why in the fuck are you watching all these goddamn crazy woman shows? Do I need to worry about sleeping next to your ass at night? And if that's the case, yeah, don't you say nothing to her. You get your shit and get the fuck on out. You cut that thing off and have nothing to do with her. But you need to make sure you find out the information you need to find out. Don't beat around the bush. Ask her the straight up questions and accept whatever answer it is. If it's going to hurt your feelings, you better get ready for it. But you need to find out the answer. You rather cry now than cry later. Go ahead, Smitty. You got something?
I want to know, because I actually was wondering this, because I guess from what I see, when it comes to like those reality shows, like, so I remember like me as an 80s baby, I remember growing up, like, it was like, what was that? All My Children, General Hospital, all that stuff.
Guiding Light and all of that.
Yeah, right. Came on like midday after Price is Right. So I'm just curious, like, do you think like, because women, they've always been into like, I guess the soap operas. And so what I see is that they've modified the soap operas and made them the reality shows, the Love and Hip Hops, the so on and so forth. Would you say that there's a difference in the gossip in which women used to digest back then and now? And is it worse?
Oh shit, it's way worse, my guy.
Respect. Rock
Way
out.
Worse. The shit you see now, man, it's called reality, but it's a reality shows and it's really, really close to reality to the point where some of these people act like it's, I think, in real life. Now, and it's not just a putting on the front just for the camera. I think some of these people forget that there is a camera, and that's how they really carry themselves. That's how they really move. And what do you see? An influence of other people seeing that and think that's the thing to do. I want these type of results, so maybe I need to act this way, or carry myself this way, or dress this way, or talk this way, or move this way. And that shit's dangerous. That shit is real dangerous when they do that stuff. Because you're going to mess with the wrong cat. And they may not go like that. To the point where it's not going to be okay for you to throw some goddamn wine in the face and you're going to be able to walk off safe and sound. And a bunch of bodyguards going to come snatch him up and get him up out. It might not be the situation. So
do you think that it's funny you say that? I'm kind of laughing, right? But it's not funny, right? But like that's what I was thinking, like the chick that got like hemmed up in Dubai or whatever and stuff for like talking real crazy and everything, because I'm thinking to myself, like, is it possible maybe she has sat back and seen all the times where on these shows they're depicting our sisters in the most beautiful, gorgeous places, living their best life, if you want to say, and they're able to just F everything up and just, the show will pay for it and everything else. Now, how many of our sisters will go out here and actually think that they can do that in real life and there's no consequences behind it? Then we hear about one of our sisters being locked up in Dubai for like months at a time. So I do see the connection as far as, because I've heard it a lot, like, and not just them, our brothers too. I've heard about our brothers going overseas and things of that nature and not knowing how to act. So only thing I'm saying to that is that the connection between the entertainment and the music, all the places that they be showing these people are and everything else, that has a lot to do with the mentality when people try to emulate that. Once upon a time, art used to emulate life. Now life is trying to emulate the art. So it's just a very, very backwards dynamic. But nah, you're dead on point. I digress, Brody.
So I'm not the type that's going to be is going to blame shit on TV or music. That's, to me, that's a weak and a cop out. Can music influence you, or certain things influence you? Yes. But it doesn't make me go out and do these things. It don't make me go out and sell drugs because they make a lot of money. These rappers talking about they doing this and that. I'm not, no. But unfortunately for me, I had male role models in my life to tell me what's real and what's not.
That's very true.
What it ain't. Explain to me, man, you think they really out there doing that? You think they be in a free world right now? You think they be moving like they be moving right now if they was really out there doing that? So that was, my blessing. Not everybody has that blessing. Some of these cats out here really think that's how they really moving. And so guess what? They want to try to emulate the same thing they hear in the music on TV. And that's sad.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Brother Hank, you already know you are one of the rare anomalies. I mean, the fact is this, because you got to think about it. And I say it all the time. We are the world's entertainment. How do you think that the powers that be, or however you want to word it, how you think they're going to attack us? Through entertainment. How do you how do you influence those who are truly of that? You get right back at them through the very songs that they make. You get right back at them through the very people that they are influenced by. So when our young ones are looking at those who they look up to, and when you trying to figure out, why is my 12-year-old daughter saying ski? I mean, really, like, that's something I'm not going to ignore. I stand on that to the death of me. The absolute influential aspect of movies, music, and entertainment that we have in our genre and our culture. I want you to think about it. Like, even down to like our so-called like movies and shows. Let's take a Tyler Perry. Just about everything is almost built around some kind of, the woman has to be strong, the man ain't shit, so on and so forth. I want you to think about, do you not think that when our sisters are looking at this, they don't think, oh yeah, that's exactly what it is? When our young brothers and when our youth is looking at all of these drill rappers, right? Let's just be for real. Let you try to go out there and like really trying to do something that's just regular positive. Why do you think it's either met with adversity and or silence? Because that's not what we're geared at this point. We have been remodified to go ahead and be attracted to something else. I will never stop looking at the fact that the entertainment that is in front of us, the very entertainment that we are the absolute icons of, nah, ain't nobody gonna tell me that doesn't influence us. And it's not weak. What's weak is if you might as well go ahead and say all of this is real. If you go ahead and bow down to it, if you don't have that third eye open, or if you don't go ahead and have the discernment. See, the only thing you're speaking about, Brother Hink, is basic discernment. A lot of people don't have that. Discernment is very, very powerful. To be able to know time and place, to be able to know the certain crowd, read the room. A lot of people don't have that no more. A lot of people just go out into life, and they just go out into life with no certain guidance. So I'm with you on that aspect, but I can promise you, this music is very hypnotic. Very hypnotic. And there are a lot of, let's just say, otherworldly aspects that go into these things. Now, if you keep looking at everything all the way physical, like I said before, if you look at it all the way physical, then yeah, you're going to be like, man, they just on some bullshit. I know about sounds and frequencies, and I know about lights and coloring, and I know about these things. And I promise you, it has a lot to do with the mind and the psyche. They know how to infiltrate the mind. They know how to make certain things work the way they want to make it work. And I didn't mean to go too deep all into that, but I mean, honestly, like, it's a lot deeper than what we be trying to think of it as. It's a lot of stuff in the atmosphere and in the air right now. And if you truly a believer, then you will know at least a small piece of where I'm coming from right now. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
So I said it like I said before. I said I agree. It does influence you. It can. If your mind is weak. It's always going to take over a weak-minded person. And that's the problem. You got to have somebody in your life that's going to teach you differently. It's easier to do wrong. It's hard to do right. Let me say that again for those in the back. It's easier to do wrong. It's hard to do right. To do right means you could be losing friends, family, and loved ones because they don't see you as cool or hip. Or you're not part of the crowd. There was a reason why they pushed gangster rap over conscious rap. And there was a time period where it was both even. A lot of great conscious rappers. But they see what the right thing was to do is to push the conscious rapper. And the wrong thing was to push more of that gangster. But we got the results we wanted out of that gangster compared to that conscious. That conscious rap could help these people uprising and taking over the goddamn world. And we not ready to give nothing up. But if we push this gangster, now we can eliminate some. Now we can influence them. Now we can control them. The mind. If we can control that, we control everything. And so these weak-minded people get sunk into that bullshit. And they fall for the banana tailpipe every goddamn time. Because they don't have nobody telling them different. They don't got nobody teaching them different. They don't have nobody showing them different. Well, guys, this is where us OGs come in. That's when we need to step up and say, hey, man, look, young blood, it's not the way to go. This is not how we need to be moving. This is not how to be reacting. This is not how we need to present ourselves. Let's do it this way. What do you think about that? I know you're not getting the shine like you want to if you was doing that. You may be not getting as much as paper as you want to, but guess what you don't have to do? Look over your goddamn shoulder. Go ahead, Miss Easy. I know you yes.
Y'all ain't never said a lie. I mean, I'm completely with y'all. Y'all, Hank, you see what we do over here, man. You know, shout out to see Dolores Tucker. Shout out to our ancestors, because a visionary sees things before everybody else, but they got to see them by themselves. So, you know, that's why the missus does what she does. It's why I do what I do. We talk about this all the time. We will not stand by while this idiocy goes on and you get people cheering it on. And again, trying to make us wrong because we say shame, but we will continue to say shame. Shame. Hope you hear it in your sleep. When you hear the word shame, think of Mrs. She Said. Because she the one that told y'all this will not be tolerated. And this was 2 years ago. This was 12 years ago. Check her Facebook personal page if you really want to know, before she knew any of y'all. This is what we stand on, Hank. When we have children, it's not about us no more. It's about them. It's about providing a better future. It's about being a better person. It's about breaking these generational cycles and generational curses. And you can act like you didn't come from it, but I don't know who you're trying to convince. So this is what we do consciously, purposely. And again, this is a documentary for our little one. And when she press play on our replays, she will be proud of what she sees, because we will not stand by and allow foolish and wrong behavior to continue. And I land my plane right there.
You know what's crazy about that? Unfortunately, it's like the small minority. Like it's like everything we're talking about, that is not the main premise in the majority of us. That's a really small fragment. But for some reason, somehow or another, out here, I guess you can say in society, the entertainment world, that has been what has been enlarged. It's like you got a little picture and you're like, you know what, blow this up. Blow this up. I want to put this on the wall. I want to put this BS on the wall. And somehow or another, we keep on championing that. You know, we champion those type of things. I think anybody know if you've been doing any form of content creating, if you've ever posted anything, we all know when you post something that's positive, it's real quiet. When you post that bullshit, man, it's all kinds of you get arguments between people in the comments and everything else. It's real lit, it's real live. Whenever you're in the realm of that negativity, like for some reason, like we have to really I look, because see, I always say I'm all about the root system in the soil. I'm not going to look up at like, man, this fruit is bad, I guess the tree is messed up. No, I'm gonna look at the ground and I'm gonna make sure, is the root system, is the soil around this tree right? That's going to give me a lot of answers. And when I go to the root system of what's going on with us as those who share my skin tone and features, man, I be saying like, bro, we don't want nothing to do with anything that is actually productive. What we like to do is this. We like to go ahead and purposely say, let me live my best life. Let me do what I want. Then when the actual real life consequences come behind that, we like to go ahead and press that button and say, well, this is why I'm oppressed, or this is why this is going on. And we blame everything else. I don't want to go through that. I don't want to hear it. Like, again, this all goes back to when I say knowing how to navigate through things. I don't care if it's whoever's in your home or whoever's outside of your home. I've been through too much. I done seen too much. I done had a lot of heartache, pain, loneliness, disparity, depression, you name it. I have reached where I am because I had to endure all of that. I had to weather the storm through all of that. I had to learn how to navigate through that. I had to recognize and realize you just don't go head first to everything. Some things you may have to go around, go under, go over, or what have you. It's all about what that situation brings in front of you. Like I don't, so I'm not with like Big Brother Hank say, I'm not with a whole bunch of excuses is the main thing that I'm saying. If you've been through enough, then you should know how to go ahead and make it through whatever it is that you're going through. But the one thing that I do know is this: the world don't want to hear nothing about what you're going through while you're going through it, especially if you share my skin tone and features. Nobody want to hear you, and that's just what it is. And it took a long time for me to recognize that. Don't nobody give a about what you got to complain about. You just better either know how to make it through that, or you better shut the F up and go fall back. Ain't nobody trying to hear what your pain and sorrows is. You better either know how to provide, or you better know how to walk away. And that's where a lot of that may come in. But I digress. My mic is muted, man. Rock out.
Well, one thing is, man, as a parent, I definitely tell you to make sure you make sure what your child's intake is on certain things. If that means you just go in the room while they there, sitting down, listening to music on the headphones, say, what are you listening to? And just experience it. He listens to this new age stuff. I don't like it. I think it's trash. And I tell him I think this shit's trash. But at the same time, I explain to him what he's listening to. I pay attention what he watch on YouTube and all that, his intake, the games he plays. My son didn't have none of them Call of Duty, nothing like that. We didn't do that. He barely got that goddamn Fortnite, and we had to go back and forth on that. And he didn't get that till later on when he was 17. He was 2 years out of the loop when he actually got the opportunity to play, at least at my home. Now, I can't say what he did at Cuz' house. He might have went over and played all them goddamn games. I know at my house, I didn't know. He had 2K and Madden. That's what he had. Because I know I don't have to worry about all that volatile games and all that now. You know, was he talking trash online play? Yeah, he was doing all that. But I didn't want him to get into that violence because, you know, that's not what I'm trying to teach my son. And when I would watch him watch other people play games on there, I'm like, dude, why are you watching another dude play the game? Won't you just go and play your own goddamn game? I mean, what do you get out of watching somebody else play the game? That don't make sense to me. Who am I to tell him? That's what he like to do. That's what he like to do. But I make sure I involve myself with him when he's doing that. I want to know what my son's intaking. I want to know what he's seeing, what he's hearing, what he's putting into his head. That's important to me. Just like when I had my one-on-one. He told you he has to read every day when he came home for an hour. I don't give a shit if it was a newspaper. Read. Don't matter. It could be in a biography, a fictional, a sports. I don't care. You're going to read for an hour every day. Because I care about what he's putting in his head. I care about what he's taking in. That's my concern. So I encourage all the parents to do such same thing. Pay attention to what your kids are watching and are into, their friends. All of that is important, man. That is a must. Get involved in your kids' school, their curricula. Join the PTSA, man. Stop being lazy. Get involved. Go to the board meetings. Make yourself available for the parent-teacher meetings. Now you don't have to go in person. You're doing it online via Zoom. Stop being lazy and get involved, man. If not, you're going to let somebody else influence your kid. Then you're going to wonder, who the hell is this child? Well, no. You knew who it was because you allowed everybody else to raise your kid instead of you. That's a problem. That is a problem. Parents, get involved. Fathers, get involved. I want fathers more. Look, most of the time, 90% of the times, if a parent involved, it's mama. Go to the school. Be active. Get the strange looks. Please believe me, I know. They looked at me like I was crazy. What? A father's coming here to a meeting, to a board meeting, to the PTS meeting, to the parents-teacher conference? Yes. Yes, I am. Like I shared before, I used to do drive-bys at my son's school twice a week. That dude hated when Tuesdays and Thursdays come around. Because those are days I drive by. Mondays I didn't do it because I knew somebody's going to be out of school due to holidays or the long weekend. Fridays, same thing. But I knew Tuesdays and Thursdays, they're going to be in school. Only time they're not in school on the Tuesday and Thursday is when we have an election. Hopefully you brothers went out and vote for y'all local state elections. But nonetheless, Tuesdays and Thursdays, they're at school. School's on. I make my drive-by between the hours of 10 and 12. And I look in. I don't go in there and say something to them. I just go look in the window, making sure everything's everything. If I see anything goddamn questionable, I'm coming through that goddamn door. Have I had to do it before? Yes, I have. Took them into the bathroom and spanked that ass. I'm that father. Don't have no problem. I don't care how embarrassed he was. And he's light-skinned. Y'all seen how light-skinned he was. He came out red. I don't give a shit. I wouldn't have to embarrass you if he wasn't acting a goddamn fool. I wouldn't have to come in this classroom if you wasn't acting a goddamn fool. But you decided to act a fool that day, so now I'm going to act a fool. You're going to embarrass me, I'm going to embarrass you. You carry my last name. You better know how to act. And these are real conversations I had to have with my son. He told you. Did he? Yeah. That Negro gave me gray hairs. Because he's crazy. I love him, but he's crazy. But fathers, get involved. Another thing is, I heard before, and I said it the other day on Might Be Risky. Shout out to that brother. Shout out to Brother Ham. It was a midday show. But I shared with the brother, with the lady that was on the show. Women need to correct other women. These young women need to be getting corrected by these elder women. It's not my job to correct a woman who's not under my covering, who's not under my care, who's not with me. It's not my job. That's the elder women's job. They should correct them women. As a man, I should be correcting young men, educating them, teaching them, showing them the way. That's my job. That's who I need to be correcting. Now, if this woman's under my covering, then I have every right to correct her and address her and talk to her. Hey, sis, this ain't it. Hey, cuz, come on now. We got to do better. You don't need to be talking to your man like that. You ain't got that. That's my job then. But if you ain't got no ties to me, it's not my job. Now, if I do it because I'm concerned. But if you don't take what I have to say, you like, fuck you, Hank. My blood's on my hand. Nothing I can do. I'm going to let reality judge you. I'm going to let reality correct you. I'm going to let reality, I'm going to let the world make the proper adjustments. I tried. The blood's off my hand now. It's all on you. But again, elder men need to talk to these young bloods. Elder women need to talk to these young ladies and get them in order. Fellas, don't tire yourself with an out of order woman. I don't care how big her ass is, how wet her cat is, how good she cook. It's not worth it. This man mental health month, and she gonna mess with your mental. It's not worth it. Go ahead, brother. I know you look like you had something to say.
You're doing good, brother. You got it.
Man, I just you know when you have these conversations, you know some things you talk about, you forget to talk about, you forget to mention, but you know some people say certain things that make you think about certain things and make like, oh shit, I want to say that. Brother Smith said what he said, so now it reminds me, oh, I need to share this. I need to say this. Let me get this stuff off my chest. Let me inform him on this. You know what I'm saying? So for sure. Brother Smith, did you have to say something? Because I'm about to shut this down. I plan on going on 3 hours and 45 minutes, but hey.
I'll ask this question.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll just ask this question to the both of you brothers and whoever's listening. Now, what would you say is the best way, or what's your way, should I say, when you know that like you are one who really provides a lot of people look to your assistance, they look to your providence, but truly you never really get your well refilled as it should be. And you're constantly having to withdraw from the bank and or pull buckets of water from the well, but nothing's ever deposited back in. You know, at some point you start to get burnt out. You really start to be like, yo, like I'm trying so hard to keep a smile on my face, but this shit is getting draining. How do you personally really just like keep going when like, you continuously have to be the muscle, but that muscle never gets just a good massage and relaxation sometimes?
So let me say this. When the Lord blessed us to come on this earth and he deemed us to be boys, right then and there, we knew we got a hell of assignment in front of us. And the day he allowed us to continue to live and breathe and celebrate birthdays and become men, it took it to a whole new level. Look, Smith, we're not always going to get our flowers. I said it earlier. We're not. Not to the day they put that dirt over us.
I said it myself.
Not
Go ahead.
90% of the time, we're not going to get what we deserve. We're going to continue to get deposit out of and no deposit. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's going to invest in. They're going to be taken out. They're going to be constantly taken out. So you got to look at the little small victories to allow that to pour into you. So there's a time when I'm speaking about my son a lot. It's crazy, but I do that because he's a resemblance of me. There's times where I would be telling my son something and he act like he doesn't get it or this or that. But his coach could say the same goddamn thing 2 months later and he look at it like his word is bond. I'm like, what the shit is going on here? Dude, I just told you the same shit. And if you could have been doing too much, imagine how far along you could have been. But I had to let my pride go. As long as he gets the message, it doesn't matter where it comes from. I had to do that. But I sit back and look at it, then I said, okay, that's the victory. Because he got the message, regardless of where he got it from. He got it. I raised him good enough to be open to receive it. So with that being said, are we going to be constantly taken out of? Yes, we are. It's going to be on the regular. But as a man, we know this already. Are we going to have our times where somebody pours? Yes, we are. Hopefully you got a good woman beside you, that's a part of you and that's blessed with your last name, that she's going to be that one and recognize the greatness within you. And she's going to do what she can to pour back in you. Now, we know it's going to be a 4-to-1, right? You got that one woman pouring into you, but you got 4 other people taking out. It could be the kids. It could be life. It could be your job. It could be just stress, whatever the case may be. Take it out of you. And that woman's trying her best to refill you up, but she can't do it all alone by herself. But you got to appreciate what she is doing, that somebody is pouring into you. And hopefully you have that, these men have that in their lives to do that. And sometimes you got to pull within yourself. Sometimes you got to sit back and look like, accept the small victories, right? Be appreciative of the little things. Because that's also going to help pull right in yourself. And sometimes you just got to take a break and step back and say, I can't do it today.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to do certain things to get me in my good space. Well, that means I need to shut off from the world for a minute, for an hour, or a day. Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
To replenish myself. And hopefully your lady can respect that and give you that moment. Hopefully your family can respect that and give you that moment. We ain't gonna worry about work. We're just gonna take a vacation day. They ain't got no choice.
Man, it's wild you say that because, like, briefly, I've done that, and I get people almost like hitting me up, like, "Is everything okay? Are you all right?" And it's like, yeah, I just need to replenish right now. Like, I'm in a hyperbolic time chamber. I'm just regrouping, and I just need to really go ahead and air out because I can't keep just taking in. People like to call me all hours of the night, 1:32 in the morning. Hey, Smitty, man, can I ask you a question? Are you serious right now? Are you serious? I don't get a lot of sleep already. I finally doze off. What you want to ask me, man? But it's like when I'm in a position and it's like, man, I'm going through something myself. It's like I just got to keep a straight face. Don't show them that you hurting. Do not let them know right now. You have no idea I'm going through probably the worst moment I could feel like right now in my life. But from what's being shown, I am not to show that. I am not to display my discomfort. I am just supposed to eat that shit and shut up. And then it builds, it bubbles, it bottles over. And then you just find yourself, So my whole thing is, even tonight, like, I chose to reach out instead of lash out. So I just want to say I appreciate both of you brothers and everybody up here who has been able to be a part of this, because sometimes we just need somebody to go ahead and have listened to us and or listen to them. And yeah, man, we don't have that all the times. I'ma just say I don't. I know damn well I don't. It's a lot of people I can't trust to say what I really want to say. I got a note, nah, nah, fall back and just eat it. So I make sure I always clean my plate because that's what I was built to do. But I digress. My mic is muted, man. Respect to you. Thank you very much, brother Hink, and salute to you, brother.
Let me say this real fast. I think Mrs. Hishay said it best. Don't answer.
Don't answer.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
nothing wrong with hitting that FU button. And if they call you the next day, man, I try to call you, but you didn't answer. Yeah, I'm going through it right now, dog, and I need a moment.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with being on. I'm going through it. I need a moment. So now, maybe you can share with them what you're going through, and maybe they can realize what they dealing with ain't as bad as they thought it was, and it gives them some sort of sense of reality. Like, God damn, yeah, I'm talking about, you know, doing this assignment. I'm taking on this new position. But shit, Smitty, you dealing with deep shit. I'm just fuck, man. Whatever I'm talking about ain't worth it. Let's talk about what you dealing with. Hopefully, you got a good circle of people around you, that you can confide in, be vulnerable with, and share it with. Hopefully, you have that right type of lady in your life where you can pour out, and she's ready to catch whatever you got to pour out. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully that's the case. Now, some people don't have that blessing, but if you got a group of solid friends, or at least one good friend you can confide in, you're blessed. Utilize that guy. Help each other out. Talk to each other. Interact with each other. And definitely encourage each other. It's going to be all right. It's going to be tough, but it's going to be all right. I'm going to help you weather through this storm. But brother, he said, go ahead, big brother.
Y'all both spot on. I would agree with Hank. I'm fortunate enough to have a Mrs. Man, and she definitely is that significant other, that better half. Um, and that's why our name is Love in Abundance. It has to be in abundance. It has to flow out of your cup into hers, and vice versa, because we don't come from an abundance of love in our backgrounds and communities and upbringing. So you gotta bring that yourself. Specifically me, when I don't have that, you know how cars got the two tanks? I got two tanks too. My reserve tank, my brother Smitty, is my father. He wasn't there for me. I never knew him a day in my life. So I use that as fuel for my engine because he was not strong enough to take care of his family. He was not strong enough to get in his car and go to work and pay the bills. He was not strong enough to take his woman dancing and nurture his family. And I use that as fuel for my fire, man. I will not be the man he was. I will perpetuate and break cycles, perpetuate a new legacy, and it all start from what he did. So, those days I don't want to get up, those days I don't feel like doing it. I look back and he didn't feel like doing it either, not even for one day. So, I can push through another day for the people that I love, for the woman that curated my home and had my children, for the kids that admire and respect me and know what I do for them every day. That's where I muster up that fuel for the second tank, man. So thank you for having me, Hink, man. I would encourage and suggest everybody to check out my wife's petition. It's on change.org, and it's just about what the brother was speaking about. It's about promoting conscious parenting and responsible media consumption for our children. And it's on change.org. No donations required, just a signature showing that you support this cause, that you support better information and media entertainment for our babies. And with unity, we can make it happen. So we out here trying to do the work, Hank, not just sit in these boxes and talk about it, man. So check us out, man. We appreciate you for having us, and it's always a pleasure coming up here, man.
Thank you for coming by, brother. Thank you, Sister He said, for allowing and opening up some time in your busy schedule, because I know y'all busy doing y'all thing, but you was able to open up some time in the schedule and come up here and bless my platform. So thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Brother Smitty, man, I hope I was able to answer any of your questions that you had for me, brother.
Yeah,
and I
you're
hope
good.
that you're able to take this message and apply it. Because it
Yeah,
sounds like some stuff you got going on, man, that could be applied to what we talked about. Brother Shine, and what you're hearing, we can learn from each other. That's the beautiful thing about this, man. We can learn from each other, and that's what we should be doing. You know what I'm saying? Going out and learn the information from others and bringing the resources back home to the house and sharing with everybody else. Reach one, teach one. Don't look. Our elders shouldn't die off with this great information and knowledge. It should be passed on to the future generations. And if future generations are not open to receive it, shame on them. And for you elders who are not willing to teach these younger generations, shame on you. So
I thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying I thank you so much. I would say the last thing I would say is all right, like, I don't show and talk about and post a lot and stuff, but like the woman that, I do deal with is like what I'm recognizing is okay. I said to myself, I want to be able to be in a leadership position. I want to go ahead and, make sure that I can go ahead and provide. So I do these things. I take care of things. I always make sure that consistency is there the whole nine. What I'm recognizing is that my lady's not really built to talk about deep discussions. She's very loving, very attentive, the whole nine. But she's not built for when I need to go ahead and just vent. So then I be feeling like I'm a little backed up. And it does have its issues. So it's like, all right, but I got somebody that's in my corner that definitely has a very much so, I'm not even gonna say submissive, but cooperation. It's a lot of cooperation there. But if ever I need to release, besides, you know what I'm saying, that type of release, if it ain't that, I need to find somewhere else to go ahead and do that. And that's how I got really big into like just going off to my woods in the back and going and fishing and camping, whatever things of that nature. Like that's how I really got into that mode much more heavier in my later days, because I just realized like, yo, it's really hard to find somebody who you can just really speak to, talk to, and who can recognize and relate. But more than anything, keep it between you and them. Not go splurt everything out everywhere. So I mean, I ain't gonna hold you up, big brother. I just want to say that last piece, and I thank you so much for letting me come up, man. I'm gonna be real with you, man. I appreciate this very much. So manly therapeutic time right now. A brother like myself definitely needed it, man. Like seriously. So thank you for this.
No problem. And then look, if sometimes the woman we got and you realize she's a good woman, she just can't hit all the points, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. So she's not built, for that conversation. But can she at least listen? If she could at least listen, and sometimes if you could hear yourself talk about it out loud, that alone makes you feel a little bit better. It may not solve all the elements, but just hearing that out loud sometimes could make you feel a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you're talking yourself through it. But at the same time, you have somebody ready there to embrace you, give you a hug, and tell you it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. And hopefully, I don't know if you're a fan of therapy or not. I know some people are, some people not. If you are, I definitely encourage that.
I'm a fan of results. So, you know, whatever's a healthy result, like I'm for those. Go ahead.
No, what I mean, I understand. If that means you got a certain group of guys that you can go and just have a conversation with, you know, I definitely recommend that too. Wherever it takes, you know, therapy doesn't have to mean you get to go with a therapist. There's all type of forms of therapy. I just tell men to take advantage of it. That's all.
I
Take
thank you
advantage.
for that. Thank you, brother Hank. I'm gonna go ahead. I digress. My mic is muted. Reeves, right?
Be easy, man. Be easy, brother. Well, guys, you know, we have come to the end of the show. Hopefully, while you was here, y'all hit that damn like button for the brother, man. Hit the like button, man. If you ain't, take the opportunity right now, hit that like button. I surely appreciate it. As y'all see the message going across this thing, I said it earlier throughout the show. November is Men's Mental Health Month. It's Men's Mental Health Month. And men's mental health is very important. It's very important because sometimes we don't always take it serious. Sometimes we look past it. Sometimes we'll say, oh, I'll be all right. Yeah, that don't work sometimes. Let me say this. It don't work most of the time. I ain't gonna lie. It don't. So sometimes you need to have conversations with individuals that's not biased. Now, a minute ago, I just talked to Smitty about having your friends. That's good. But sometimes your friends don't know the right things to say or the right things to how to handle certain situations that you may need to have a professional therapist talk to you about. They may not know the language to use, you know, the methods that you may need to adjust and adapt to certain things. I'm a fan of therapy. I have no problem with therapy. I understand some people don't. I understand. I'm not going to speak down against it because I've benefited from it. So with that being said, man, black man, please protect yourself at all times. Black man, please protect yourself at all times. Whether you got to get your mind right, get somebody's couch or somebody's Zoom meeting, go get you some therapy. Black man, go get a physical. Go get your A1C check. Go get your blood work check. I mean a full physical. Now, when he's half-hearted physical, full physical. Get that taken care of. Diabetes and heart disease, two of the most biggest killer amongst black people. So in order to take over this world one day, black men, we got to be around. We got to be around. Another thing is a man of ages such as myself and us older men, prostate and colonoscopies. Got to get those things checked. Very important. I've witnessed and experienced my grandfather who passed away and died because of colon cancer. Things that could be prevented if you catch and take care of it early. So guys, please do that. Preventive maintenance is always good. You got to take care of those things. Look, I know it's not the most pleasant thing to hear about or to talk about, but it's a necessity. It's a necessity. So please take care of that. Please take care of that. And with that being said, I appreciate every last one of you guys who came into the basement. I appreciate your comments. Big Giz, Grizzly, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Hey, look, better late than never, brother. Thank you for coming by. The Real Precious, shout out to you for coming by, sis. I appreciate it. Dorian, thank you for being a great moderator and a beautiful person. Mr. He said, Mrs. He said, Mrs. She said, thank you guys for coming by. Ty, Red Lipstick Vibes, thank you for coming by. I appreciate everyone. Black Beauty, thank you for coming by, ma'am. and Sugar Bomb Cherry. Thank you, man, for coming by. You got you got some questions, boy, but it's all good. I appreciate the participation from the chat. I thank you guys, and my man Quincy, thanks for coming by, my brother. Thanks for all who sent super chats. Embrace the grace, my man. I'm next. Thank you, young blood, for coming by. Thank you, brother. I appreciate the Econade. Thanks for coming by. Quincy, again, thank you for the super chats. I appreciate it from you guys. And look, everybody who came in, Eat a Man, shout out to you. Thank you for coming by, brother. And anyone else that I miss out there, So Real, thank you for coming by. If I miss you, man, please look, charge to my mind and not my heart. Charge to my mind and not my heart. I just appreciate everybody who came through. Dropped a chat in there, questions, statements, whatever the case may be. I appreciate you coming by. I appreciate you. I promise you I do. And for those who didn't get to watch the live and is going to watch the replay, thank you for coming through. Right? Lady Navo, thank you, man, for stopping by. I just want to say this before I go out. Doing these shows, man, I appreciate those who participate. I appreciate those who stop by. I appreciate those who send super chats. Guys, you don't have to do these things. You don't. But you chose in your heart to do those things. Thank you. For every last subscriber that I have, thank you, guys. Y'all continue to motivate me to have these conversations. Y'all continue to motivate me to have these topics. And I want to continue to be a place where I'm able to have these topics so we can have the conversation. We need these. As our people, we need this type of conversation. I'm cool with, the fuckery and all that other stuff. That's cool. Look, I go over and watch it too. I involve myself in it too. But at the same time, there also need to be a place where we can go and learn, have good, wholesome conversation, talk about some real life shit that we are really going through. So that's why I do what I do. That's why I do what I do. That's why I make sure I want to continue to do this and continue to have these conversations and looking forward to it every week. We're getting with you guys. I appreciate you guys. Please keep rocking with me. I'm going to continue to do what I got to do. Mr. Leave me at the restaurant. Keep it going, bro. I appreciate that. Oh, man, that's funny. I appreciate you guys. I just want to say that I can't say that enough. Thank you guys for rocking with me. Please continue to rock with me. Next week's show, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I got a lot of ideas I'm gonna throw out there and put out there. I don't know what I'm gonna do just yet, but definitely be looking out for it. Make sure y'all hit the all notification bell. Let y'all know when I am about to drop a new show. Like I said, I've been putting little videos out here lately. And I'm gonna continue to try to do that. So I think them little videos may be a hint to what I may be talking about next Wednesday. I don't know. It's still up in the air, but looking forward to having a conversation, whatever it may be, and looking forward to my chat interaction. I appreciate you guys. There, Chef, thank you for coming by, my guy. I appreciate that, my man. He said, "What's up?" It's that from Dr. Hood Network. I remember that. We was talking about some good sports. Man, where's Dr. Hood been at, man? I haven't seen him lately. I hope everything's good with him. I know he's a big Kansas City Chief fan, and his Chief fan's looking good right now. So hopefully all is well with the brother. And hopefully all is well with you, dear Chef. I appreciate you coming by, my man. But with that being said, next Wednesday, man, looking forward to another great show, another great topic. And hope you guys continue to come rock with me. I appreciate you. And see you guys next week. Y'all be easy.